Hello and welcome, virtual travelers, to this journey around the globe. My name is Luis Silva. I'm from WWF. I'm leading this initiative, the New Generation Plantations. And on behalf of the team, it is an enormous pleasure to receive you on this virtual travel around the globe. Just a very quick and brief opening words from the New Generation Plantations. As an initiative, we have been building this community since 2007. During many years, through building collaborations with many of your organizations, we created different types of events, dialogues, study tours, encounters, field workshops in many of the landscapes where all of you are working. That has been an extraordinary journey during more than 10 years, where we have shared experiences, we have heard the voices from those working inside, working from the distance, in the private sector, in the local communities, local authorities, NGOs, and bringing all together for discussing the issues which concern to all of us, which is our common topic of interest. We are all going through the same challenges and strange circumstances for more than 1 year already, and that has forced us today to make this extraordinary change in the way where we all work, but maintaining the energy and the enthusiasm, and to ensure that we keep advancing on the work together. That's where the idea to invite you to this virtual journey around the globe, to have the opportunity to talk to our colleagues whom we miss enormously, to be there with them and they miss us equally, but to create this very special occasion where let's make the best use of the technology that allowed us in 3 days to go through 3 continents, to visit 5 landscapes, and to hear the voices from the ground on what they are doing, what are their needs for support, and what are the lessons learned that they can share with us. So that's what we want to do during these 3 days. Again, to end up as I've started, a very warm welcome. It's an enormous pleasure to be with you, and we hope that very soon we can be together again in one of our landscapes. Let's the journey start. Over to Elena and David.
Sorry, I had a problem with my cursor. Hello, everybody. And I couldn't unmute myself. So hello, this is Elena Dominguez. I will be one of your, how to call it, tourist guide during this journey. And I would like to introduce also my colleague, David Lindley, who is my partner in this journey. We, the two of us, David, can you say hello? Are you also having?
I was trying to find my mute button too.
Okay, you also had problems with your cursor, like me. So yes, the two of us, David and myself, will be your guides through this journey. We have designed an agenda. Well, we know that virtual and face-to-face world are not at all the same, but we have tried to design an agenda that could allow us to enjoy a little bit those little things that we enjoyed very much in the face-to-face world. So yes, we call this study tour a journey, and let's get started. So we are going to be your guides for this trip. We have our hats for that because we are really stepping into the field. And I will guide you through the agenda that in this case, it is called an itinerary. So I'm going to share my screen if I can manage my cursor. I'm having problems with this now. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. and I'm going to guide you, sorry, not that, through the itinerary of this meeting, which is this one. So we will be together during this journey for 3 days. We are here in day 1. Do you see my little arrow moving? Yes, okay, we are here in day 1, but we hope to count on with you during day 2 and during day 3. So I'm going to explain you the big details of this journey. On day 1 today, what we are going to do is to have a first glimpse to those landscapes that Luis was talking about. We are going to visit 5 different landscapes located all over the world in 5 different countries. And as if we were traveling in one of these balloons, I don't know if you call them balloon, but one of these artifacts, we will have a look to those landscapes with the general things. The project developers will present their projects using some pitches, and then we will have the chance to get more extra information, resolve doubts about the things that the project developers have presented today. This is our first day. Then for tomorrow, we go into day 2. We will start stepping into the landscapes. We don't want you to be a tourist behind your camera. We want you to get involved with the project developers. So here, project developers, which are those guys, the guy here who has not a backpack on the back, they will present the main challenges that they are facing, and you, the rest of participants, will try to get involved with these projects and help them to explore solutions to those challenges. After that, we will invite other voices from the landscape to speak. We don't want only to listen to the project developers. We want to listen to other people who are affected or involved in other ways in the development of projects. And we'll have a person representing indigenous community and another one with the point of view of the public administration. So that is in this session called Voices from the Landscapes. And in last place, we have this other session, which is called Getting Inspired by the Beauty of the Landscape. And that will be the invitation to be inspired by the beauty that some speakers will bring to us. We have selected 3 different speakers with 3 different topics. They will share with us pearls of inspiration, and we hope that those talks will help you to be to strengthen your skills as project developers. So that is day 3. And our last day of journey, day 3, we will step into the landscapes again. I forgot to say that in day 2, we will visit in stepping into the landscapes, 3 of the landscapes. And in day 2, we will visit in day 3, sorry, we will visit the other 2. So here, again, the challenge is for you to help project developers to explore solutions to the challenges that they are facing. And for closing and saying goodbye, we will share the souvenirs that we've got during the journey. The souvenirs will be the learnings, the things that we have learned through these 3 days together, sharing projects, sharing experiences, sharing knowledge. So we will open a space for everybody to share what they have learned. So this is the agenda of the three days for this NGP virtual tour around the world. And now I hang the I don't know how to say it. Please, David, can you present the projects and the landscapes that we are going to visit? I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Right, hi everybody. I hope you kind of all buckled up in your seats and you got your boarding passes, because I'm going to take you for a quick whiz around the globe so you can see the kind of sites that we're going to be seeing. So let me just turn around. There you go. Hopefully you can see my world back. So there you go. As Elaine and I, as the field guides of the study tour, we're going to take you across the world and back again before in South Africa's time, before supper tonight. And if you're in South America, hopefully before lunch. So we managed to hire one of Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic supersonic airplanes to take us to the other side of the world and back within 2 hours. So we first of all going to be starting in Brazil, where we're going to be having a look at a project in the southern Bahia landscape, and we'll hear more about that in a minute. Then we're flying all the way across to Uganda, where we're going to see some work that New Forest Company are doing in plantation forest outgrowths and carbon in the central and eastern Ugandan landscapes. Then we're nipping across to Ghana, where we're going to go to the Bono East landscape, to the Ate Bubu project, and we'll hear more about that from Andrew Heald. Then we're going all the way across a long journey, but hopefully it won't take too long, to Vietnam. And there we're going to be looking at a rattan project and hearing from the Luc Dong Rattan Company. Then before supper or before lunch, wherever you may be in the world, we're heading all the way back to Chile, where we're going to be speaking to Francisco from CMPC and from another company, Eduardo from Araco, are going to be sharing their experiences from the Maule Landscape Recovery Fund in the Maule landscape in Chile. So yeah, we're starting in Brazil, going all the way across to Africa, to Vietnam, and then coming all the way back here to Chile before we end today in 2 hours. So in record time, I think it should be quite a lot of fun. So buckle up. That's the kind of map that we're going to be following today. But now we're going to introduce some of you to each other. So Elena, you'll kick off and she'll explain to you how you can change the names in your Zoom. Elena?
Yeah, we were thinking when we start a journey with some travel partners, part of the journey is getting to know the people who are going to travel with us. Manuela, can you change us to the gallery view? Yeah, so some of you have already been presenting yourself, introducing yourself in the chat, and I am going to ask you to rename you in Zoom. If you go to the little square where your image is located, you will find 3 dots in the right top corners. If you click there, you will have different options, and you need to select the one that says rename. So select it, please, and put your first name, no surname, because we don't have so much space. So first name, country, and organization. I will do it for myself too. Okay, so I'm renaming myself. So I am Elena from Spain. I'm from NGPTA, Technical Assistance. So if you can do that, it will help us to get to know who is talking or who are we meeting in different spaces, and it will make things easier. What else? While you do that, I don't know if you are seeing the gallery view, but you can change it also if you click in the button in the top right corner of your screen. You can select the speaker view or the gallery view. If you are not in the gallery view, I advise you to change it to the to the gallery view for this. Okay. So yes, before we start with some dynamics to get to know the people who are in this journey, I think that it would be good to have a view of the project developers. Where are you? Who are you? David, can you help me with this?
Yes, I'd love the project developers to literally in not even a minute, just to kind of introduce themselves and say who they are, what organization they work from, and what part of the world they come from. So yeah, if each project developer can give us that little bit of information. And can we start off with Marcio in Brazil? And can you also switch on your camera when you're introducing yourselves, if you haven't already, so everybody can see who you are? Marcio?
Hello, everybody. I'm Marcio here from Brazil, straight from Bahia. and I'm going to be talking about FASB, our project, the NGPTA project here in Bahia. I'm a forest engineer, and how can I say, well, good morning, good afternoon, and good night, everyone. Hope everybody have a really nice journey and a good time and learn a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcio. Can we go for Uganda next? Candice and Alex from New Forest Company. Perhaps you
Jumbo,
first,
Jumbo, everyone. I'm Candice. I'm actually calling in from Johannesburg, but I'm part of the Uganda team for this project. I am the impact officer for the New Forests Company group, and we are working on a carbon project in Uganda. And specifically for this tour, we're going to zoom in on our community carbon angle. Alex?
Thank you, Candice. Like Candice, I also work for New Forest Company, essentially with her in impacts and sustainability, but in Uganda. Specifically, my job in Uganda, I'm the senior corporate responsibility program manager. So I work with our field teams, our CDOs and community liaison officers to do to begin the implementation of the community carbon project in Uganda. We will be saying that a bit later. Asante sana.
Thanks a lot, Alex. Now let's move across to Ghana, where we've got the Atebubu project in central Ghana. Andrew Heald.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrew Heald. I'm part of the NGPTA team, but today I'm going to be presenting on behalf of our colleagues, our partners at APST about a project, a large-scale forest landscape restoration project that's just getting started in Ghana. So I look forward to telling you more about that shortly. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Andrew. And going across to Vietnam, we've got Mr. Hugh from the Luc Dong Ratton Processing Company. Hugh, do you want to give a quick introduction to yourself?
Yes, hello everyone. It's nice to meet all of you today. I'm Hugh, director of Luc Dong Ratton Company. I'm very happy to have a chance to meet all of you today. We have projects to show you today. We hope we can get your advice and to back my challenge. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Hugh. And now we go all the way back to Chile again, to the Mali Landscape Recovery Fund. Francisco from CMPC and Eduardo from Arauco. Can you quickly show your faces and introduce yourselves?
Yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. It's a very nice day here, and I'm very happy to be here sharing with you this virtual tour. And hopefully I will be able to show you a little bit of our country and the situation where we are here in the central south part of Chile, where we are going to show you what we are going to try to develop, maybe with your help. So I work with CMPC company here in Chile, and I would like to introduce Eduardo from Arauco, who is with me in this tour. Eduardo?
Hello everyone. And very nice to meet you all. I am from Chile, Arauco company, and I was working with Francisco and NGP colleagues and Olga from the Forest Dialogue in this interesting project. Nice to meet you.
Thanks, Eduardo. And that's a lovely, you'll hear more about it later. That's a really lovely example. We get two major forestry companies in Chile working collaboratively together with the Chilean Forest Dialogue on this amazing project. So yeah, thanks very much, project developers, for introducing yourselves. Now we're going to have a little session where some of the other participants, or all of the other participants, will have a chance to get to know two people within the group today. So Elena, do you want to explain how we're going to run the session and do round one?
Yeah, thank you, and hello to all the project developers. So yes, it is time to get to know who else is in this room, in this trip, in this journey with us. And I'm going to introduce Manuela, who is our Zoom witcher. I don't know, I cannot pronounce this word well, but she should be wearing one of those hats.
Witch.
And witch, exactly. Exactly, thank you, David. She is the one doing the magic behind the scenes. And the proposal is that Manuela will send all of you to a cozy Zoom room with a travel partner. And we are inviting you to respond to these 2 questions that I'm going to copy in the chat within that cozy room. Who am I and why am I here? So the 2 of you will be in pairs. We'll respond to these questions, and we have for that 5 minutes. You can take notes if your memory is as bad as mine of the questions, because once in the cozy room, you won't have the chance to see them. So who am I and why am I here? Manuela, are you ready with your... I don't know how to say that in English.
She's a nice one, so she's a magician.
I'm a magician.
Yes,
so,
and the rest of you, fasten your seat belts, because Manuela is going to send us to another dimension.
Yes,
Manuela, go ahead.
So here we go.
Oh, how was it? David, are you there?
Yes, we got new friends.
Hello,
We have new
everyone.
friends. We have a short time, but we have a time to share with our friends. Very interesting.
Was good.
Thank you,
Was good.
magician, Rosa.
So now you'll have a second opportunity to meet another travel partner. David is going to introduce you to the questions that we propose to respond in that cozy little Zoom room that Manuela is going to create.
Thanks, Elena. Yeah, these are the 2 questions. I haven't kind of typed them out and put them in the chat, so you might want to kind of write them down. They're a little bit longer, so they're a little bit harder to remember. The first question is, what is my role in project development? So what is your role in project development? And the second question is, much easier. When I'm not working, what do I like to do? When I'm not working, what do I like to do?
I posted them in the chat, David.
Okay, no, thanks very much. So that's it, everybody. You've got another 5 minutes with another surprise guest to enjoy yourself. And Manuela, do you want to do your magic and make us all disappear and teleport us to our room? Teleport.
Let's go all again.
Buddy.
I hope you had enjoyed this getting to know your travel partner section. And let's get into the other one, the main session of this of today, of day 1, which is we are going to give a first glimpse to the landscapes. So we are going to start listening to the pitches of the project developers. They will have 10 minutes to present their project. I will be the timekeeper, so whenever they have 3 minutes left, you may listen to my voice saying, hey guys, your time is running out. And we will listen one pitch after the other. And there is no time for questions in this part of this session, but after the presentations, we will create, Manuela will create a fantastic project fair for all of us, and you'll have the chance to ask project developers your questions. So if you have something and you have a bad memory like I do, take notes, because you will have the chance to ask your questions after the pitches to the presenters. I think that's all, yes, what I have to say. So let's get started. And the first project that we are going to listen to comes from the south of Bahia in Brazil. It is Marcio Braga, who is a forest engineer that works for NGP Technical Assistant, is going to present you about it. But it's about a fund that is aiming to restore the Atlantic forest in the south of Bahia. And to make us travel there, and to introduce Marcio as he deserves, I'm going to play some Brazilian music from south of Bahia. Marcio has selected it for all of us. And the invitation for you is to enjoy it. Maybe you can stretch a little bit because you need it. And if you feel like dancing, it would be great if you feel like dancing. But just the invitation is to start traveling to Brazil, to the south of Bahia with this music. So just let me 1 minute that I do the magic. Okay. Marcio, are you ready? Because after the music, it is you, the one who starts. Marcio? Okay, I am going to play this music from Bahia.
Thanks for the introduction, Elena.
Wow, I have to say that I could not stop the music. I had to force myself to stop it. Okay, Marcio, the floor really nice. Is yours.
I hope everybody, I have a really nice introduction and the music and can stand here. I'm here to introduce FASB, which is the, a fund in the south of Bahia, which is South Bahia People Nature Fund. But we understand it sounded better to call it FASB, which in Portuguese means Fundo Ambiental Sul Baiano. I'm going to share the screen so everybody can see here the presentation. Let me have it. Okay. Hopefully everybody's seeing it full screen. Okay, so here's FASB.
Yes, perfect.
It low. Yep. Okay. So here's our region, south of Bahia. Okay. Goals and objectives in FASB. Our objectives is to invest in projects developed by regional institutions that help protect and restore the environment and support socioeconomic and development. Offer technical expertise and financial leverage to produce positive impacts on regional scale. And we're very strict in this objective regarding regional institutions. So mainly our projects, they're not developed, we have institutions. Brazil is a really big country, but only from the south of Bahia institutions that we're going to be financing their projects. Okay, we have challenging goals, which is to restore 1,500 hectares of Atlantic forest and 1,500 hectares of sustainable land use, being sustainable agriculture and forestry. Also, we're expecting around 50 projects to be financing, and from these projects, 5 projects would be qualified for, we call it stage 3, a post-investment stage. Okay, so the project values. For stage 1 projects, they're small scale projects with an approximate, duration of 1 year. The financial support will be up to 20,000 euros. And these projects, why it's called stage 1? Because after the project, the developers, they can go from stage 1 to stage 2. So now let's see stage 2 projects. They are, larger scale projects that will generate significant regional impacts. And the financial support, they are up to 200,000 euros per project. And project must work with several rural properties, generating environmental and social benefits in the landscape, in addition to creating and or strengthening production chains. Okay, so like I said, I already said some of the criteria, but the proponents, or if they have financial support, they are not anymore proponents, they will become developers. There are rural landowners, of course, associations, cooperatives, and non-governmental organizations. And also this, we can have these proposals in only one institution or a group of institutions, such as an association with a non-governmental organization, or a non-governmental organization with a local university and rural landowners, so you can have it. That's why we call it group proposals. That's where incentivizing to work, people would work together. One of the proponents must have developed activities or have expertise or be active in the focal region. Like I said, regional institutions, we're going to be focusing for regional to develop regional institutions. And when landowners are partners and not proponents, an agreement must be signed to ensure commitment to project objectives. Of course, because landowners are the ones that where the projects are going to be developed, like restoration, conservation projects. So they need, we need to have an agreement with them. It's not, you can't only, restore an area and we don't have any other area without owner. They own something. Each area in Brazil, every area, they have an owner. So that's the reason. Okay, so the region we're going to be working, it's going to be in 23 municipalities located in the regions of South, and we call the Discovery Coast and the extreme south of Bahia. So these are the municipalities, and we have here, it's our, it's the region of the south of Bahia, the land use. Okay, so like I said before, I'm going to be going through our technical objectives, but the first one is restoration, like I said, and we're going to be analyzing the ratio between hectares, how they're going to be, how much, it's going to be restored and how much is going to be connected, because here in our region, we have a really fragmented Atlantic rainforest. So you might restore 100 hectares and you can connect 1,000 hectares. So this ratio would be analyzed while judging which project should receive the financial support. Environmental services for rehabilitation and or connected areas. Of course, whenever you make a corridor, you have a lot of these services. Total cost of implementation and maintenance of these restored hectare. So it's going to be a cost per hectare. We're going to be analyzing. Preservation as well, environmental services associated with reserved areas. Evidence that ensures the protection of the area, because you need to have this area preserved, for an eternity. It's not only along the project it should be preserved, it should be preserved forever. So you need to ensure this protection. And of course, the total cost per hectare for preservation. Okay, and also other technical objectives, like we said, the sustainable agriculture. So this sustainable agriculture and sustainable forestry, they're going to be focusing in forest fragment connection, improvement of environmental services, number of people employed, estimated annual production and income per hectare, total cost of implementation and maintenance. Okay, so that's same for both of these technical objectives. Social development. So estimated, process improvements, the quality of how the project will make the impact will cause in the area is being developed, percentage of resources invested in process improvement, number of people directly linked to the institution who benefits from the process improvements. So it's like it's a you know, people that are going to be working and the number of people that are going to be having their life better. Generation of income, number of people and families benefited by the project, percentage of resources invested in services and products, potential value of resources from the scale of products. Okay, so these are the generation income.
2 minutes left, Marcio.
Okay, so deadlines, forms, and submissions. So this fund is going to be working, it's going to be activated here in Bahia for 3 years, 2021, 22, and 23. And the submission, it's going to be open in 3 windows along the years. The first window is going to be in April, 2nd July, and the 3rd in November, the entire month. Project submission, we're going to have, they have links, you know, project forms for stage 1 and stage 2. And we're there, the project, the institutions that submit the project, we understand that they're going to have a answer from their project 60 days after the submission deadline. So after the project, we're going to have so now hopefully we're going to be returning now and opening a new window in July, and we're returning for the submission institutions that submitted projects in April. These forms, they were built in order for people to understand and make it better. The submissions, they're online submissions. So it's like you know, they have steps, how they're going to be filling, how they're going to be building the project in these forms, in steps, you know, going from, you know, starting with the objectives, project description, budget. So these forms, they're also made in order to guide and almost like teach project developers how to submit a project. Okay, so, mainly the interface and information, you know, send an email for contato.fasb@gmail.com, claim. We also have an email. We have our FASB webpage, also the monitoring platform from Forum, and also the links for the forums in stage 1 and stage 2 forms. So Elena, hope not so I won't exceed the time. I finished my presentation, and I'll be glad to receive people in my room for further questions, and so I can answer if you have any doubt. I'll be waiting, and hopefully we'll have lots of visitors. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcio. Thanks for the presentation. Yes, David, can you present us the following project developer? You are muted.
I always forget. Yes, the next project is from Uganda, the New Forest Company project on plantation outgrowths and carbon. But before we get there, we're going to have a quiz, and it's going to be multiple choice, and everybody's going to have to answer this quiz and push a button. But our magician, Manuela, do you want to start with the questions on the quiz, and then we'll come to the answers once everybody's answered, and we'll see who's right and wrong.
Yeah,
Manuela?
just let me say one thing. While you think about the right question to this quiz, I'm going to share also a music from Uganda that has been selected by our colleague Rose Gobusinga, who is from Uganda too. So yeah, I think it will help us to choose the right answers. So enjoy it. Oh, already you are voting. Okay.
Yep, have a look at those 4 questions and try and get them all right. and let's see what you come up with. I think you'll have 1 minute at the most to have a look at those questions and answer them. Right, let's see what the answers are. Manuela, do you want to give us the results? Whoa, 76% of the people said that Uganda hosted the second largest freshwater lake in the world. That's true. So most of the people got that right. Is it the second most useful country in the world? 73% said yes. Correct. Fried grasshoppers are considered a delicacy. Alex, are they?
Indeed, they are.
There you go. And is it crossed by the equator? Well, 64% got that. So the answers to all of those are true. So yeah, most of the people knew the size of the freshwater lake. The least number of people knew that fried grasshoppers was a delicacy that Ugandans like Alex absolutely love. So well done for that. So let me close this little box there and lead it across to you. Alex, over to you to have your 10-minute pitch. And just remember, everybody, we've got these 5 pitches. Listen carefully, because you're going to have to choose to go to a session tomorrow. So choose the sessions that you really like the most, best. So it's quite difficult tomorrow. You've got to make the choices. Over to you, Alex and Candice.
Jambo, everyone. That's hello in Swahili. Thank you for the time today. First, I want to introduce the New Forest Company for those who have not had the privilege of visiting us on a study tour in 2018. We operate for the last 16, 17 years in East Africa in 3 countries, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. We manage in total 40,000 hectares, and we have planted around 41 million trees to date. Of those, 12 million were in community areas. The rest are predominantly pine and eucalyptus. We're very proud of the fact that 1/3 of all the land we manage is protected for conservation purposes. And Uganda in particular has a very large growing population. So we estimate between the 3 countries that we have around 500,000 people who directly or indirectly benefit from our footprint. We're a participant in both the WWF Forest Forward program and the Circular Bioeconomy Alliance. 10 years ago, we started a carbon project in Uganda, but then the carbon markets collapsed. And so 2 years ago, we dusted it off and started re-looking at it, and were able to get a carbon landscape grant for Uganda through the Dutch Fund in partnership with WWF. So our key objectives for this grant are to improve biodiversity and help mitigate climate change, to diversify and strengthen the overall timber market in Uganda, and to promote a sustainable and growing smallholder program. The project landscape lens that we take, as you can see from the bottom, has those 3 areas: natural area restoration, not only protection of that 1/3 conservation areas, on our plantation areas to continue with afforestation, but also to look at how we can diversify our timber processing, particularly by moving it up the value chain, and from an outgrower perspective, to promote both afforestation and smallholder livelihoods. So livelihoods include apiculture, finding a way for them to benefit from their thinnings, other livelihoods, as well as carbon. So from our landscape lens, to achieve our objectives, we see carbon certification as a very important way to generate carbon finance, to help stabilize and make our business and the outgrowers business more self-sustaining, and also to make tree growing more attractive, as we want to help decarbonize the timber industry in Kampala and in the region. So our second step, once we've got this right, is to promote a more formal diversification investment, so that we can produce more value-added products, employ more people, and that more of the outgrower timber will turn into furniture or construction products that really sink the carbon in the long term. Now, I'd like to turn over the mic to Alex to talk a little bit more about the community perspective.
Asante sana, Candice and Rose. That's Swahili for thank you very much. when you get an opportunity to actually visit Uganda, which we hope will happen sometime when this COVID ends. The song Rose brought about was in one of our local languages, Luganda, but Uganda is part of the wider East African community, and Kiswahili is promoted as the language of communication. We are trying to build a wider block. So, Asante, looking at our landscape approach to carbon, we are looking at a 30-year project lifespan. And within this, we are looking at managing an area of about 37,000 hectares in total. Out of that, about 20,000 will be commercial, essentially the New Forest Company footprint. And then in addition to the 20,000 hectares, we will have 12,000 hectares of conservation area under the NFC footprint. Then the community area will be currently, it's about 2,000 hectares that we have mapped into our microforest system. But the idea is over the 30-year period to grow that to at least a minimum of 5,000 hectares. When we look at the big map here, I want to show you where the actual landscape is. We have two areas that are mapped. There's the bigger area, which has a number 5 in it. That says the NFC Uganda landscape. But also a bit on the right there is something that looks a bit like a circle. What this means is that the actual area that we are going to manage, if you can call that the nuclear area, it's going to be a total of about 37,000 hectares. However, the bigger area, which is our area of influence, is projected to be about 1 million hectares. And you get that 1 million hectares by looking at this map and the area that we have highlighted. So 37,000 will be directly impacted by the project, and hopefully 1 million hectares will be influenced. The outgrowers grow these trees, grow their trees on their own land. It is not company land, it is their own land. They have invested the money on it. A typical outgrower would have an area of about half an hectare or 1 hectare, roughly in average. So we are really speaking about the average Ugandan household being impacted in this project. But we are aware that there are a few what we call big planters, big growers in Uganda. Those are people who have managed usually to get a license to access government land. And for purposes of our project, anybody doing above 25 hectares is considered big. So that gives you a bit of the lens when we speak about saying we want really to impact more of the smaller households that neighbor our plantations. The Uganda landscape, in partnership with WWF, NFC operates in 4 districts around central Uganda, and that's where the big, I would call it a drop. It looks like a drop with the number 5. That's really the area where the NFC actual nucleus is, and that's in 5 districts. While on the right we have the Mubende. On the eastern side we have the Bugiri plantation, which is on the shores of Lake Victoria. Some of the biggest challenges we have in terms of building an outgrower program is really looking at the question of agency and self-sufficiency. Candice, if you could assist me to go to the next slide, please. Candice or Rose? Yeah. We are hoping to pick the brains of our fellow travelers on this journey. Our project is a pilot project. We've not tried something like this before, and that's why we were very grateful to have the support, technical support from WWF, but also the Dutch fund to give us money for to try out a pilot. So most of the things we are just learning as we are doing. Therefore, there are things we are learning, but we also have many questions and several challenges. And we hope that by the end of this study tour, we will have had quite a bit of learning that will enrich our carbon journey and lead us to success. One of the challenges is which carbon certification standard is best suited for outgrowers. VCS is the most costly and well-regarded, but may be too high a standard to reach. Our people, basically, these are rudimentary. We provide some technical support to them, but they are not commercial professional tree growers. This is something that households are doing. Gold standard is most suited for commercially managed areas, probably like NFC. So we're looking that possibly Plan Vivo might be the most cost-effective and pragmatic, but we may not have the capacity for the number of credits. So that is an area that we are open to having a conversation and hearing the experience of our fellow travelers. Speaking about certification, we know that land tenure documentation is critical to the success of the project because there will have to be verification at a minimum. And in Uganda, land is both a political and a social problem. Part of the problem is historical. We have very good land laws, but very weak institutional frameworks. So there's a lot of land fragmentation. There's a lot of land conflict. A lot of the land that we are dealing with, households hold it informally. There's some level of rudimentary documentation, but it is essentially an issue of trust. On the village, people know that my land begins from that mango tree to that jackfruit, and it's bordered by the other wetland down there. So that is an issue that we will be trying to understand. What are the experiences of other people in addressing this? If we address that, it will cut out the small holders that we are trying to bring into the carbon project. The
Alex,
revenue
2 minutes left. 2
minutes. Revenue sharing model that is fair, equitable, realistic, and sustainable. We are interested in hearing about this. New Forests runs its commercial enterprises, but the work in community is done through a foundation called the New Forest Foundation. And we are trying to say we need to build a project that is sustainable. So we are thinking that there should be some kind of revenue sharing between the New Forest Foundation and the communities, because once we don't have the seed grant is gone, we need to be able to sustain the project for 30 years. Effective M&E to ensure riparian zones and existing natural forests in a fragmented with the fragmented land tenure system, land ownership, all up there, there are going to be issues there. And then the big one, we've had the second youngest growing population in the world. But these young people don't own the land, even in the traditional sense. The land belongs to the elders. It belongs to the patriarch, the head of the family, the head of the clan. Women and youth, if they are to participate meaningfully in the carbon project, how do we ensure that they can access the benefits when the benefit is directly tied to access and utilization of land? So asante sana kwa kunisikiza. Thank you very much for listening to us for this presentation, and we hope to engage with you over the coming 2 days to see how we can carry our pilot to success. Success means we have a project that outgrowers are getting revenue, possibly by the end of this year, but also success means, are we able to scale up and replicate this within Uganda, within the East African region, to areas that WWF is interested in the Greater Virunga area? Do we have a model that other people in Uganda, in East Africa, can look at and say, yes, this is something we too can try out? Asanteni sana.
Thanks very much, Alex. That was really interesting. And you too, Candice. Well done, both of you. Now we're going to have our third pitch, and I'll hand over to Elena to introduce Ghana.
Yep. So, yeah, we keep traveling into the African continent we are going to Ghana now, and we are having our colleague Andrew Hill, who is the NGP Technical Assistance Director, who is going to present the project. But before that, I am also going to share a very energetic, and I don't know even how to qualify it, music from Ghana. And I challenge you to keep your feet still. I don't know if that is right in English. I am challenging you. If you can keep your feet still, you are something important. So Andrew, get prepared. And while you get prepared, I will share that music with all the participants. Andrew, the floor is yours.
There we go. Thank you, Elena. Okay, is that okay? As everyone can see?
Yes.
Oh, cool. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrew Hill, as I was introduced, from NGPTA. As you can tell from my surname, I'm not Ghanaian. I'm based in Edinburgh in Scotland at the moment. And our partner is APSD, a forestry company who are based in Ghana. I should have been doing this presentation, but for various family reasons, they're unable to. So this is, I'm giving the presentation, so it will be a slightly different perspective. So APSD is African Plantations for Sustainable Development, who are a Ghanaian company and they've been working in Ghana for about 10 years now. So we're at the very early stages of this project. So I'm going to give a brief overview of what we're doing and try and explain a little bit in a few slides about the what, the where, and the why, and then talk a little bit about the how, and then some of our challenges at the end. I'll talk about challenges and opportunities. Is going to be around the who, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that tomorrow. And as the other presenters have said, I'm really interested in how you can help us and how you can help us make this project a better project. So this project is based in Ghana on the west coast of Africa, and the two local communities, Atabubo and Wiasa, which I'll come on to tell you a little bit more about in a minute. So this is a large-scale forest landscape restoration project, and it will be a living lab for community and ecological resilience is our strapline. And it's a 10-year project located in the Bono East region in central Ghana. And the three sort of big physical outcomes of this project is around restoring 2,500 hectares of natural forest, 1,000 hectares of woodlots to grow sustainable timber and fuel, and 1,500 hectares of agroforestry and regenerative agriculture. So the communities of Atabubo and Wiasa are part of the Atabubo and Siena West districts and located, as I said, in central Ghana. We're just to the northwest of Lake Volta and just not far from the Digia National Park, which is the second largest national park in Ghana and one of the oldest protected areas. So this region, these districts are key areas for charcoal production in the wider region. And the natural forested areas, natural forest land in this area have been subject to heavy encroachment by farmers for agriculture and also tree cutting for charcoal production. The project area is within the forest savanna transition zone in Ghana, and what would normally be there, so natural vegetation is savanna woodland with some areas of dry forest. But however, due to the agricultural expansion and to charcoal production, only isolated areas of these remnants now remain. And in other areas, the dry forest has transitioned to more of a savanna woodland. And this combination of degradation, habitat change, and agricultural clearance has also contributed to an intensity and the numbers of wildfires, which I'll come on to in a minute. So APSD, the forestry company we're working with, have done a local study recently, and working with local communities identified that some of these conditions are causing real challenging issues around poverty and lack of opportunities. And this is leading to low standards of living and out migration and encroachment onto the forest land. So how are we going to do this project? So as I say, local communities are key to this project, and we'll be working and following the the NGP and the Circular Bioeconomy Alliance principles. So the local communities in Atabubu and Wiasa, APSD, NGPTA, and AstraZeneca, who are helping to support this project, are partnering as part of a Circular Bioeconomy Alliance, which is established by His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales under his Sustainable Markets Initiative, and was part of this trying to develop a holistic approach to forest landscape restoration. And we're hoping this project will be part of a catalyst for creating a living laboratory for nature and people in Ghana. So we hope to share as we are doing now, but we hope to this to become an exemplar project. So the key part of this project is trying to balance competing land use demands in a way that is best for people and for the wider environment as well in this area. So this is, as I mentioned before, these are our physical aspirations of what we're trying to achieve. But there was a forester, I think he was from the UK, called Jack Westerby, who worked for FAO, and he came up with this famous saying that forestry isn't about trees, it's about people. So whilst we're focused on hectares and numbers of trees, if we're talking about forest degradation and deforestation, that's not due to a lack of tree planting, but due to a wide range of interwoven socio and economic factors. Replanting these degraded forests is just the first step on the journey to forest restoration. And if this restoration and these forests are to succeed, then we need to ensure that local communities and stakeholders are fully engaged with this project and fully engaged from the start. And the way we're hoping to do that is to set up what we've called a multi-stakeholder platform, MSP, multi-stakeholder platform. And that's really fundamental to the success of this project. So at this moment now, we're undertaking, we're doing the groundwork to establish the community engagement and how to establish this multi-stakeholder platform. We need to make sure we've identified key stakeholders and that we've invited them to participate. And this platform will work strategically to ensure that all relevant stakeholders are able to participate. And the engagement process will be most intensive now in the first year or so of the project to ensure that partners and stakeholders are fully involved and feel like they're fully involved, which is really important. And as main partners, NGPTA and APSD will also be involved in the platform to ensure there's clarity and communication about what we're trying to do, and communication in both directions, so that we're hearing what's going on and any challenges from the local community. And also for the local community from our side, so that they understand and can see the commitment to the platform and to this way of working. And our aspiration is that the project will work closely with communities, government representatives, the local chiefs, community leaders, local produce groups and cooperatives to represent all stakeholders to identify and make sure we've got working with the right community projects and trying to address the right challenges. So what we've done, as I said, this project is literally just starting. It's kind of hot at the moment. So we've started the community engagement and stakeholder engagement that will go on. We're starting now onwards in July and August. We've started the nursery. So we've got 100,000 seedlings in the nursery beds ready to go. So these are local indigenous trees that we hope to get established in this area as part of the forest restoration. So as I mentioned before, we're doing the community engagement and stakeholder work now with local communities, and our aim is to have a kind of launch meeting in October. And as part of this work, we're identifying, as I mentioned, key people in the local communities, key farmers, and key areas. We know roughly where we'll be working, but then key sites in the local area. And then hopefully we have the meeting in October, and then in November we'll start the ground preparation and start the main work next year. So as I say, our project partners are Atabubu and Wiasa communities, local stakeholders, AstraZeneca, who are financing the project, Nature and Development Foundation, who are a local NGO, and APSD, who are the local company. So this is pretty much my sort of penultimate slide. So we're going to have some breakouts and discussions tomorrow about challenges and opportunities. So these are some of the things that keep me thinking of the issues that we're going to need to address and how we're going to do it. So we've mentioned fire is an increasing issue. So fire is part of how local people, how they prepare the land for agriculture. And then if they're sometimes if they're looking for food in the forest areas, they'll use fire as a means of flushing out particularly grass cutters, which are a large rodent that live there. So how do we manage that better? Because obviously fire is a big risk if we're doing forest restoration. We've talked a lot about agroforestry and improved agriculture, but really some of our challenges are around the harvesting and marketing of this produce. We know how to grow this stuff. The local community are experts in this. There's bigger challenges around harvesting and marketing and making sure we've got the right markets at the right time. And similarly, as Alex mentioned in the previous discussion, if we're going to measure impact, particularly we're interested in carbon, and how do we measure impact around carbon, and with the local community, how do we measure impact that we're having a positive impact in the local community in terms of social outcomes, and how do we measure that and get that right? So as I mentioned, this is very much at the start of our journey. It's a long journey, and there's a sign. If you ever fly into Johannesburg Airport, there's a sign up there that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And what we're really key, if we want to go far with this project, and it's a 10-year project, and to go the distance, we need as many partners in the local community and with local research institutions working together to make this project a success. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm really keen to hear your ideas and your experiences in the follow-up sessions later on today and tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Thanks to you, Andrew. Thank you so much for that great presentation. And now let's move to Asia. David.
Yeah, thanks, Elena. So yeah, we've been here in Ghana, and now we're gonna have this long trip in a couple of microseconds all the way across to Vietnam, one of my favorite countries in the world. My golly, if you like food, Vietnam is the place to go. They have the most incredible phoes. Oh, mountain forests and phoes and rice, their food is beautiful. But what we're gonna do is we're going to do something slightly different now. What I'd like you to do is look around your office or your home for something that reminds you of Vietnam. So something that reminds you of Vietnam at your home. Have a look around. You've got 1 minute. 1 minute. Rush around, go and have a look, and then we're going to put everybody on video so everybody can show us what they found that reminds them of Vietnam. It can be anything, food, an implement, your choice. Okay, guys, you got 1 minute. We'll see you back now in 1 minute. I'm going to go and rush and try and find my idea that reminds me of Vietnam. See you now. 1 minute. Right. Manuela, can you put us all on gallery view, not on speaker view, and then we can see all the different items that everybody's got. So if everybody can put in your cameras, show us what you got, and Manuela, put us on gallery view, please.
Everybody has to choose the gallery view.
Thanks very much. Okay, so just go to the icon on the top right-hand side of the screen and put your gallery view on and show everybody what you got. I got a wok. Harold, what do you got there? Ah, rice. Okay, got it. Annie from Sweden, what do you got? You got a map, a world map. Got it. Great idea. Suzanne from this, what do you got? A bamboo basket. I like that. Pedro, Portugal. Oh, my favorite. Yes, Tom Yam. Oh, as a sucker for food. Trevor, you got a rattan basket. That was smart. Andy, UK, chopsticks. Got it. Barney can't see what that is. Barney, you're going to have to tell us. Can't read it. We got it there. Mallory. Oh, gee, you got an umbrella. A Vietnamese umbrella. Anton, what do you got, Anton? Chopsticks, got it. And Francisco, you got, hang on, a sports shoe made in Vietnam, and Candice got chopsticks too. Okay, guys, well done. Thanks very much, everybody. Thanks for your chopsticks, Dennis. Right, let's move on to Vietnam, onto our friend Hugh. Hugh's going to be talking about the Luc Dong Rattan Company and the bankable project that they've been developing. Manuela, can you put Hugh on spotlight? And then it's over to you, Hugh. You got 10 minutes to explain to us your project.
Hello. Yeah, hello everyone.
They're all on mute, so they can't say hi, but I'll say hi for them, Hugh.
Hello,
Go
hello.
ahead, Hugh.
Hi.
Hi, hello everyone. Yeah, I'm Hugh from Lục Đồng Rattan Company. So very happy to have a chance to share my project today. So Mr. David, can you show the video first?
I will. So I am going to share a video from the project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me get prepared.
So because the Zoom cannot smoothly, so
Sorry, I'm going
everyone
to
can
start.
go.
I am going to start again here. Okay. So yes, and we are also pasting the link in the chat in case someone, the speed of internet is not good enough to follow it through my screen. But I am starting to.
Dãy Trường Sơn hùng vĩ, nơi có những cánh rừng tự nhiên rộng lớn với hệ sinh thái đa dạng, đang đứng trước nguy cơ bị xâm hại và suy thoái bởi các tác động tiêu cực của con người, cũng như sự biến đổi khí hậu. Nhiều chương trình và dự án của nhà nước, của các tổ chức quốc tế đã và đang đầu tư nguồn lực đáng kể nhằm duy trì tính toàn vẹn của rừng thông qua việc thay đổi hành vi, hướng đến cách sống hòa hợp với thiên nhiên. Một trong những giải pháp quan trọng là việc tạo sinh kế bền vững cho người dân sống phụ thuộc vào rừng bằng cách huy động sự tham gia của người dân và cộng đồng vào hoạt động bảo vệ rừng. Mô hình trồng mây dưới tán rừng là cách làm hay giúp người dân có được cuộc sống ổn định nhờ sự đồng hành của công ty Lục Đông trong khâu liên kết theo chuỗi giá trị từ đầu vào đến đầu ra của sản phẩm mây. Ông Ca Hiên Thọ cũng như nhiều người dân khác sống gần rừng ở vùng miền núi huyện Nam Giang, tỉnh Quảng Nam đã gắn bó với nghề trồng mây dưới tán rừng từ nhiều năm nay. Dù cho địa hình hiểm trở hay thời tiết khắc nghiệt, người dân vẫn nỗ lực vào rừng để chăm sóc cây mây như phát quang bụi rậm để mây trồng có đủ ánh sáng, sinh trưởng tốt. Qua gần 7 năm triển khai, rừng mây của các hộ dân phát triển khá tốt. Nhờ sự hỗ trợ của công ty Lục Đông trong việc thu mua nguồn nguyên liệu mây với giá cả hợp lý, nên đã giúp cộng đồng dân cư có thu nhập ổn định, tạo thêm động lực, niềm tin vào hiệu quả của loài cây này.
Tôi tham gia trồng mây dưới tán rừng, được công ty Lục Đông hỗ trợ về kỹ thuật trồng, hỗ trợ cây giống và kỹ thuật khai thác bền vững. Đến đây cây đã phát triển tốt. Vì vậy bà con rất là yên tâm, sau này công ty thu mua luôn tại chỗ để bà con được hưởng lợi về giá trị kinh tế sau này.
Công ty Lục Đông thành lập năm 2005 là một trong những doanh nghiệp nhận được sự hỗ trợ kỹ thuật từ tổ chức WWF liên quan đến chuỗi giá trị mây bền vững. Với hoạt động chính trong lĩnh vực chế biến nguyên liệu mây các loại, cung cấp cho các làng nghề trong nước và xuất khẩu. Sản phẩm của công ty Lục Đông là nguyên liệu đầu vào chính để sản xuất ra các sản phẩm thủ công mỹ nghệ tinh xảo, mang tính văn hóa, thẩm mỹ, truyền thống cao, thân thiện với môi trường. Những năm qua, công ty Lục Đông đã được tổ chức WWF tạo điều kiện tham gia nhiều hội thảo về hỗ trợ cộng đồng trồng và khai thác mây bền vững, các diễn đàn đối thoại doanh nghiệp. Qua đó đã giúp doanh nghiệp ngành mây kết nối với thị trường thuận lợi và tăng cường hợp tác với các bên liên quan trong chuỗi cung ứng đảm bảo tính hợp pháp.
Nhu cầu thị trường mây tăng trưởng rất là cao, trong khi cái nguồn đầu vào của chúng tôi hiện nay là không ổn định. Cho nên cái giải pháp là chúng tôi sẽ mong muốn liên kết với người dân ở các địa phương để trồng mới những cái cánh rừng mây cũng như là khoanh nuôi chăm sóc những cái rừng mây hiện hữu. Từ đó liên kết với người dân để bao tiêu cái sản phẩm sau khi mà cái rừng mây phát triển, tạo cái sinh kế bền vững cho người dân đồng thời cũng góp phần trong cái việc là chống xói mòn cũng như là bảo vệ rừng.
Với tầm nhìn đưa công ty trở thành đơn vị có uy tín và quy mô hàng đầu Việt Nam trong việc liên kết chuỗi sản xuất mây để cung cấp cho thị trường trong nước và xuất khẩu, công ty đã và đang mở rộng mối quan hệ hợp tác với các hộ gia đình, cộng đồng dân cư ở các huyện miền núi để trồng rừng và làm giàu rừng mây hiện có nhằm tạo ra nguồn nguyên liệu bền vững cho hoạt động sản xuất của nhà máy. Bên cạnh đó, công ty còn đầu tư trang thiết bị máy móc để nâng cao năng suất và hiệu quả sản xuất, đặc biệt là tận dụng mái nhà xưởng để lắp đặt hệ thống điện mặt trời. Đó là một nguồn năng lượng sạch và tái tạo, một mặt phục vụ cho hoạt động sản xuất, tăng thêm nguồn thu nhập. Mặt khác, góp phần bảo vệ môi trường, giảm phát thải nguy hại trong quá trình sản xuất.
Thì Lục Đông đang có một cái kế hoạch kinh doanh mới, gồm có 3 hạng mục đầu tư. Thì với các cái hạng mục đầu tư này thì Lục Đông cần khoảng 100 tỷ. Thì chúng tôi cũng đang xúc tiến cũng như tìm kiếm các nguồn vốn ưu đãi để có thể thực hiện cái công việc kinh doanh này. Thì cũng rất may mắn thông qua WWF, qua Quỹ Khí hậu và Phát triển Hà Lan DFCD, công ty Lục Đông được hỗ trợ xây dựng một đề xuất dự án đầu tư để từng bước hình thành một kế hoạch kinh doanh hoàn chỉnh nhằm xin vay vốn từ quỹ này. Hiện tại thì tiến trình xây dựng đề xuất dự án đầu tư này vẫn đang được tiếp tục và chúng tôi hy vọng sẽ tiếp cận được nguồn vốn vay ưu đãi. Đây cũng là một cái nguồn mà chúng tôi đang theo đuổi.
Việc phát triển chuỗi giá trị mây bền vững là hướng đi tiềm năng, góp phần cải thiện đời sống của người dân các huyện miền núi, tăng hiệu quả trong công tác bảo vệ phát triển rừng, tạo công ăn việc làm cho người lao động tham gia vào chuỗi giá trị mây. Trong đó, công ty Lục Đông đóng vai trò quan trọng trong sứ mệnh khôi phục và phát triển bền vững những cánh rừng mây ở dãy Trường Sơn. Chính sự thay đổi hành vi và nâng cao nhận thức của người dân trong hoạt động bảo vệ rừng, bảo tồn giá trị đa dạng sinh học đã góp phần làm cho những cánh rừng ngày mãi xanh tươi, cây mây dần hồi sinh, đời sống kinh tế đồng bào miền núi dần được ổn định, ấm no, hạnh phúc.
Okay, thanks very much. Hugh, over to you for your presentation. You got 4 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope everybody can see my video clearly, and you have lots of our company working. So hello everyone, I'm Hugh. I'm the director of Rattan Factory of Lục Đông Company in Quảng Nam Province, Central Andaman Landscape, Vietnam. We associate with farmer to afforestation and then buy in fresh rattan from them. We have factory in the picture. You see my factory with 30,000 square meter land. Our products are rattan core, rattan bill, polish rattan, etc. We sell rattan fiber to handicraft company for making their product. Like we bought to UK, US, Japan, Korea, or IKEA, or Walmart are some of their buyers. So in this project, do you see next play?
We've seen slide 1. There you go, that's slide 2 now.
So the project, this project buy on 3 operating sectors of our company now. We will invest in 3 sectors, include first, we will associate with local mountain farmer to fly 500 hectares of rattan tree under forest canopy, with zoning of tending and exploiting sustainably on an area of 500 hectares of existing natural rattan forest. Second, we will extend rattan processing factory, include 4,000 square meters of workshop, plus new equipment, new technique. And the third, we will invest a rooftop solar power system, 1 megawatt, on the rooftop of new workshop in the second investment sector. So this project needs total around $3.5 million US. It includes our Lục Đông capital around 750,000 in kind by farmer around 400,000. We are seeking a grant from USAID 600,000, and we will loan by maybe from DFCD $1.75 million. So this project had a benefit, social benefit include it will create 120 new jobs at my factory, includes 60 ethnic minority people. It had to create sustainable livelihood for more than 500 ethnic minority households by growing rattan in forest. It had to reservation of traditional handicraft village and reach a pioneering project of sustainable rattan value chain in Vietnam. It had environmental benefit also, include 500 hectares of forest had been enriched, protected, and improved habitat for forest animals to live. 500 hectares of forest are supplemented by with additional rattan planting and sustainable harvesting. Every year, my factory will create more than 800 tons of organic and biodegradable material for to replace plastic material. This project contribution to livelihood conversation towards sustainable forest use, thereby reducing the risk of people illegally invading the core zone of the natural forest. And with solar power system, it has to create clean and renewable energy, around 1,500 megawatt hour per year. So to implement this project, we had 5 challenges. The first is how to increase the survival and the growth rate of the rattan. And the second is how can farmer be encouraged to continue carrying the rattan tree for 5 years before harvesting, rather than growing annual crop with a financial return. When the poor people in the mountain, they don't think in long term. The poor and the need daily food. So it is hard to get the encouragement from them. Third, how can farmers be more compliant with existing contract to sell rattan to Lục Đồng after 5 years of growing? Even we had a contract with them, but we plant rattan on community forest and the farmers forest. So without rattan, not Lục Đồng. So maybe they will sell to the other trader when competitor appear. Fourth, how can Lục Đồng be more successful in finding additional grant for community-based rattan plantation? In this project, the first investment sector includes 600,000 USD seeking grant for rattan plantation and carrying the existing natural rattan forest. We intend to submit to USAID project to find this grant. This grant will be used to help farmer for rattan seedling, training, technical support, etc. So it is very important amount to contribute to the success of our project. And final, how can Lục Đồng improve its business management system to manage much larger capital investment? Now we have annual around 800,000 USD per year. So with larger capital, around 3.5 million USD, it is our challenge to manage with capital. So thank you so much for your listening and hope we can get your advice and for passing this challenge tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Hugh. That's a really compelling project. So far we've had 4 really good projects. So it's quite difficult to kind of make decisions for tomorrow, which ones you want to go to. But now we've got that long flight all the way back from, do you want to stop sharing your screen, Hugh?
Yeah.
That'll be great. Thanks very much. So now, and Manuel, if you can put us back on speaker view, please. Or is that me? Sorry, I'm going to maybe change it. Yep. Okay, so here we've been in Vietnam. We've now got the long flight back all the way from Vietnam. We've got to go all the way here to Chile, where we're going to be speaking to Francisco from CMPC, and he's going to be sharing some information on their Maoli landscape Recovery Fund. So over to you, Francisco. You got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Well, good morning or good day, everyone. I would like, I'm going to be the one presenting this project, but I'm not alone. I'm part of a company called CMPC, but here I'm representing two companies that Arauco and CMPC, also Diálogo Forestal Chile, the Chilean Forest Dialogue, and of course, NGPTA. The project that I'm going to present was inspired in the experience that we saw in the southern part of Bahia that Marcio was presenting. So we saw that a project or a fun project was starting there, and we thought, why couldn't we do the same in our part of the world? So now I'm going to introduce you what we are starting to do, and mainly to show you where we are and where we want to start with this project. The first thing I would like to show is, as David mentioned, we are located in Chile, in the southern western part of South America. And I would like to show with you some figures related to the forest sector. The country has a very different ecosystems, from desert to rainy forest. And talking about the forestry sector, we have 3% of the country land with forest plantation and 19.4% with native forest. That means that we have 2.3 million hectares of plantations and 14.6 million hectares of native forest. So we are talking about 16 million hectares of forest in total, which is 23% of the total land of the country. If we take a look of the plantations that we developed, we are talking about mainly Rayeta pine, with a 55% of the total amount of plantation, followed by some eucalyptus and other species. I would like to stress or to mention that 98% of the wood that is used in industrial uses in Chile is coming from plantations. Some other figures, well, normally we are harvesting at the moment close to 40 million cubic meters per year, and close to 40% of it is going to the wood pulp industry, 40% to soundwood industry, and then we have minor uses of the other amount of wood. And if we are talking about export, normally Chile has been exporting close to $6 billion per year in forestry products. I'm talking about what we are planting in general. We are around 100,000 hectares of plantations per year, but mainly all of it is reforestation at the moment. We are not planting new areas in general, just a very low number, close to 1,000 hectares per year. So the total amount of plantation is not increasing, and probably we just reach a sort of plateau. Now talking about the place where we want to develop this project is called Empedrado. Empedrado is a small county located in the central southern part of Chile, and the total area of this county is 562 square kilometers with 4,200 people living. It's a very classical small area in Chile with a main town called Empedrado, which is the name of the county. You can see a couple of pictures. On the bottom left, you can see that the town is surrounded by plantations and forest. And to the right, you can see a typical picture of the central square of the town with lots of Chilean flags, probably close to the day of the National Day of Chile, which is the September the 18th. Well, if we take a look in relation to the land use, you can see that forest and forest plantation was using a lot of the area. So it was very important. I'm saying that it was very important, and probably it will be, because in January 2017, in general in Chile, we had very big fires, and we lost more than 500,000 hectares of forest and agricultural land. And for this specific county, the fires were very special. Almost 80% of the total area of the town or the county was lost because of these fires. So you can see more or less a couple of pictures, one with the fire starting and then the result of the fire. So you can see housing in between the burned forest. So this is more or less the situation. Because of this, let's say in November 2017, with NGP, we started a tour visiting this situation. And because of this, well, we have a lot of visitors. Many of them are here present today. And the two biggest companies like Arauco and CMPC were organizing this tour with NGP, WWF, some people from the academia and other NGOs. So we did this field tour and we had 9 main conclusions. We need to coordinate a public agenda for restoration, to develop a shared vision through a multi-stakeholder, strengthen regulations for fire mitigation, diversify the landscape, allocate more resources to fire prevention, deepen community engagement, create a restoration marketplace, make the links with a non-traditional source of finance, and finally, bring landscape restoration into the economy. Those were the 9 points that were presented by the people helping us during this tour. And well, we started with some of them. I'm going to show you more or less what we have been doing. The first thing that we do after the fire was to try to stop soil erosion. Normally in Chile, we have very heavy rainfalls during the winter time, and normally fires are going to be during summertime. So the first thing that we did was to prevent soil erosion in order to preserve the quality and the amount of water that should be available for the communities. So we work a lot on that. Then with the Forest Dialogue, we started with a multi-stakeholder platform, and we were thinking about developing many different programs, but finally we concentrated in just one, the restoration and recovery of one species called Nothofagus alexandri. It's an endangered species. And before the fires, we have a little bit more than 300 hectares in this county and in the total amount in Chile. And after the fires, we lost 50% of the area. So we started to work with small owners recovering that species. Also, and following the advices given by the people that came, we started with a community engagement and fire prevention. And since then, we have been working with 336 different communities in fire prevention with NGOs and the local state agency. So we are working in fire prevention, education, and some prevention work. So, well, that's more or less what we have been doing, but still we remain with a lot of challenges. How to diversify the landscape, how to deepen community engagement, how to create a restoration marketplace, make the link with non-traditional source of funding, bring landscape restoration into the economy. We have been working inside the companies, but now we need to work with the other people that are in this landscape. So with NGP, we thought, let's try to start with what we call the Fondo Maule, a landscape recovery fund. So that's more or less what we want to do, and we want to recover the economy of this landscape. That's the main idea. So what kind of ambition do we have? We are thinking about 6 million euros fund in a 5-year period of time. What we are searching for is to restore 300 and 500 hectares in total, 200 hectares restored with natural forest, and 1,500 hectares with sustainable agriculture and plantation forestry. We also would like to sequester 1 million tons of CO2 per year. What are the project concepts? The goal is to support communities and landscape to become more resilient in a rapidly changing climate and society. In Chile, really we are suffering with climate changing. We are suffering drought every year, and so we can live that this climate change has already arrived and is here. Well, to diversify landscape and encourage sustainable land use, we know that we can't do what we had again because we are going to burn again. So we need to change that in the companies and in the small owners that surround us. Prepare and prevent and mitigate against wildfire, because what I said before, and diversify and strengthen the rural economy, completely destroyed at the moment because of the fire. Lots of people were living from the forest, and we lost everything. So the idea on how to fund this is to have a
2 minutes left, Francisco.
Thank you very much. An origination facility where the companies are going to be helping to develop this project. Then we have a non-commercial investment facility. Starting, the idea will be to generate a pipeline of projects for public funds, such as CONAF. CONAF is the National Forest Service. They have some funds that are arriving to the country, so we would like to help small owners to get them. And then, apart from the philanthropic funds, we would like to introduce a private investment fund to help more advanced projects. Well, where we are at the moment, what is to follow is to prepare a good diagnosis of the situation. What kind of community owners do we have? The size of the properties, what kind of project will need to be developed, etc. So we are working a lot on that. And mainly is what we are going to be doing during the next months. So I'm ready, Elena, hopefully.
Thank you, Francisco. Well, I have to say that thank you so much. I had a Chilean music to share, but we didn't because we are running out of time. So I'm going to paste the link in the chat in case you want to listen to it after the meeting. David, okay. I think you had some news from your side. There's something you want.
Yes, I've had some dramatic news at the moment. We've had some problems with the Chilean immigration officials because we are flying all the way back from here, from Vietnam to Chile, which, as you can see, is halfway across the world, and it's a really long distance. The plane was forced to make a landing in Johannesburg in South Africa to refuel because of excessive headwinds along the journey from Vietnam to Chile. So they had to stop in South Africa to refuel. And because South Africa is involved in has a COVID peak at the moment, what we're going through, it's really, really bad. In all seriousness, we're in obviously the third wave, and this was higher than the second and the first wave. But because of that, the Chilean immigration officials have delayed us. So we all had to have COVID tests before we can actually pass immigration and get into Chile. And because of that, we've delayed by 15 minutes. So what we're going to ask you is, do you all mind just staying on for an extra 15 minutes? Because we'd like to have the project fair today rather than move it to tomorrow, while the 5 projects are fresh in everybody's mind. And the project fair is just to kind of ask questions to the project developers on to get clarification on their project. So if you had mind, it was beyond our control that we had this delay because of COVID, and I can understand why the Chilean immigration officials were so strict. But yeah, if you don't mind, we'd like to kind of go on for an extra 15 minutes and stop. So very sorry to our Vietnam colleagues and other colleagues in Asia, because it's already quite late for you at the moment. But yeah, assuming that it's all fine with you, then we'll continue to the very last session of the day. Elena, over to you.
It will take us 15 minutes. And in case you need to leave, please feel free to leave. And you'll have the opportunity to talk to the project developers tomorrow. So you can still ask your questions tomorrow. But we are going for this project fair. Manuela, are you ready? So Manuela is going to create 5 different rooms, 1 per project, and you will be able to navigate to those rooms, selecting in the bottom of the screen, there is an icon that says breakout rooms, or will say breakout rooms once Manuela has created them, and you can select the room you want to visit. You can also change from one room to the other. And if you still have any problem, Manuela is here to help all of us. So have a nice trip. Okay, so welcome back. Again. Welcome back. And we've come to the end of day 1. I will share again my beautiful handmade agenda. Just give me one moment. Okay, so we finished day 1 with this first glimpse of the landscapes, and tomorrow we will wait you for a day full of interesting experience. We will have stepping into the landscapes. We'll ask you to get involved with these project developers and help them to explore solutions to their challenges. We'll have other voices from the landscapes with a representative from the indigenous communities and another one, a public district attorney that will tell us their point of view about project development. And we will have 3 inspirational talks from our guest speakers. And that's all for today. We hope that you have enjoyed it a lot. Tomorrow, David, are you with me? Tomorrow, next time, the same time at the lobby of the hotel, I would say.
Elena, there is one question.
I just wanted to add, congratulations to the 3.
You have a question. You have a question on the chat box.
Okay, let me read it.
You could address. It's from Shauna.
How can we exchange business cards on this tour? Maybe we can ask everybody the permission at the end if they mind to share their contacts, and we can do that. So everybody will have the contacts of everybody, if everybody agrees. Okay, we'll check it at the end.
I just want to say congratulations to the 3 project developers.
Thank you, David.
Presented their projects today, and that was a lot of effort that they put in. But also to all the participants. I mean, we've gone from one side of the world to the other side of the world and back. Tomorrow is a lot more sedate and calmer. We've only got to go to 2 parts of the world. So to have the in-depth discussions, so it's a lot easier. We're only going to 2 countries. So yeah, but thanks very much for all the effort and for staying on for this extra 15 minutes. Really appreciate that. But it was an enjoyable 2 hours.
See you tomorrow.
See you all tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay, I think this must have been a summer hit in the 80s in Uganda or something like that.
What a treat. But you had to stop.
Yeah, so thank you. Let's go for the challenges from Uganda.
Hi, everyone. I'm Candice. Just to summarize very quickly, we have a landscape carbon project that we're doing in Uganda, And the landscape approach is a 30-year project, which covers our commercial forestry areas, conservation areas, and a significant outgrower community element. Over the 30 years, we are intending to grow our current footprint, which is about 24,000 hectares to 37,000 hectares. But if you look at the map, you'll see these white areas that we are using GIS and remote sensing to monitor and track and somehow try to influence an area of almost 1 million hectares in Uganda. So there's a lot of information out there about conservation and commercial carbon projects, but there's not a lot of information about outgrower projects. And so that's where we need your help today. We're hoping over the 30 years to generate 1 million tons of carbon for those outgrowers. And we do this by trying to create greater agency of self-sufficiency for them. I'm going to hand over to Alex to explain to you the specific areas that we're hoping you will give us some juicy advice later today. Alex. Alex, are you with us?
He's muted. You are no.
I was muted. Good afternoon, everyone. Jambo is Swahili for hello, hi. I saw David dancing, beating the drum as well. So I look forward to seeing you next time and we can share one in the evening together. Building on to where Candice has stopped, already with our outgrowers, we have our social challenges. We've been working with communities for the last 12, 15 years in Uganda. And the issue which is central in our minds within the community itself in terms of social terms is the question of building agency, creating, moving people from a dependence mindset to one where we have agency. That is our central focus when we are looking at it through our shared value lens as New Forests. And that's a big ongoing challenge with most of our rural communities in Uganda. And so we need to look at these specific community carbon challenges from that background. One of the biggest issues, of course, with the carbon project is we will require certification. And in our mind, what we would like to hear from our fellow travelers, what they think, what the experience is in terms of looking at outgrowers, what would be the best carbon certifications. We are looking at currently at 3. We haven't zeroed in on. We would like to know if there are others out there. And even with these 3, what is it that we can learn to help us make the best possible choice, looking specifically at our communities. We are the VCS certification. This is, we have understood, is the most costly, although it is also the most well-regarded, but that's probably why it's the most costly. And we already think that within the kind of budgets and numbers that we are looking at, that the cost of this standard might be too high to reach. We've looked at the gold standard, which seems to be more suited probably for commercially managed areas for an entity like New Forest, with its 23,000 hectares. But again, we want to look specifically at the community woodlots, which we are currently standing at about 2,000 hectares, but which we want to grow to at least 7,000 over the 30-year period, possibly even double it. And so the third standard that we have looked at, Candice has been leading us with this research, is the plan, which currently seems to be the most cost-effective and pragmatic, but we may not have the capacity it may not have the capacity to handle the of credits. The other big challenge that we have in Uganda, socially, politically, been with Uganda since Uganda as an entity was created by our British friends. Uganda was a protectorate. I was about to say the colonial government, but the British here we want a colony. They called us a protectorate. Over 100 years, we started having this challenge of land tenure. And up to now, through the protectorate government, through the 50 years of independence, we have not really, as a nation, resolved the question, the land question, if I may say so. Our current constitution is a very progressive document. It has laid forward some very progressive foundations, but the institutional framework to implement this is still weak. People's security on the land they occupy, on the land they utilize, it could be better, it could be stronger. Land conflicts, even in the project area that Candice has shown on the previous map, are fairly common in Uganda. It is a central plank in the current government's manifesto to try and address this problem in the next 5 years. We have multiple interests on the same pieces of land. The largest part of land where in the area we are going to look at is under what we call in Uganda the Milo land system, which is a very complicated thing. It was a land tenure, essentially freehold, that the British sought put in place basically with the ruling class of Buganda Kingdom at that time. You have the person who holds the land title, you have the community households who are actually living on the land and using it. Part of it is public land, part of it belongs to the National Forestry Authority. So this landscape we are in, we don't have uniformity of tenure. And yet, whatever standard we look to will need, the community, the household will need to demonstrate some kind of land documentation. The other challenge that is still out there is the revenue.
Alex, you have 1 more minute.
Oops, thank you. Revenue sharing, I mentioned this briefly. The project NFC is there, but we will be implementing it with the New Forest Foundation, and we would like to see sustainability. So we would like to hear some ideas there. I saw Andrew speaking about effective M&E. That's going to be critical for us. The same issues, the social indicators, the technical indicators that we can use and monitor to ensure that conservation, positive conservation impact we have, and positive social impact we have. Finally, access to project benefits for young women, for young people and women. Even when you look at the clan system, culture, traditionally, the land, even at clan level, is under the control of men, patriarchy. So that is also an issue where we would like to get a bit of your experience, a bit of your advice on how we can successfully navigate these challenges in the context of Uganda and its cultural and societal setup. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Candice and Alex. So now we are ready to step into the landscapes and get our hands dirty with the project developers. But before I ask Manuela to make his magic tricks and to give you the choice to choose the different rooms, I think I already told you about my bad memory yesterday. But my colleagues do not do better than me. So I will need to remind Luis, Andrew, and David, I think, to record the sessions once you are there, because I think it will be useful for project developers to have the opportunity to see them again. So please take note and record those sessions once you are in the rooms. And just what else? Manuela is going to put the selection of different rooms so that you can choose. And as David said before, you can move freely from one room to the other. If you had any problem, you can always come back to the main room and Manuela will help you to go to another room. Just a little piece of advice: when you leave the room, please don't select leave the meeting if that is not your intention. Okay, so that's it.
We've got 40 minutes.
Yeah,
40 minutes to spend with the project developers, and each room will have a facilitator facilitating the discussion. So this is a time where we want you as the participants to share your knowledge and experiences in helping to overcome some of the challenges that the three project developers have presented this morning. So this is where you, the audience, the participants, will come and play the main act.
So welcome back.
Thank you.
Are we all together now in the plenary, Manuela?
Yes.
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 David, you're on mute. He seems to be saying something.
Thanks, Rose. I was just saying how I love that sound. It takes me straight back to the Mata Atlantica and the sort of the humid forest smell and the early morning walking through the trees. It's kind of really, really beautiful. Yeah. And I think this takes us to our next session. Hey, Elena.
Exactly, David.
Voices of the landscape and some local community people.
Yeah, with this next session, which is called Voices from the Landscape, we wanted to bring you other voices from the landscape, that like these little birds that are singing now, but human voices. The idea of this session is that we will hear to other stakeholders that are involved or affected by project development, specifically by the FASB project in the south of Bahia in Brazil. It seems that the rain has stopped and we will be able to have our Marcio here to present us those voices from the landscape. Marcio, they will be talking about the challenges that the FASB project has, but from their point of view, not from the point of view of a project developer. And tomorrow we will have Marcio again talking about the challenges, but from his own point of view, the point of view of a project developer. So now let's welcome Marcio Braga from the south of Bahia. He has taken his car and drive. He found a place with good connection. Sorry, Marcio, can you present us those people who are going to join us?
Yes, thank you, Elena. Well, sorry, but we had like a lot of rain here. I had to leave my house and I came outside here, get a good connection in the Mata Atlântica place. So we're listening to music, but we're also seeing here the Mata Atlântica. A light post just fell and I lost my connection, but I don't know, from the spirits from Mata Atlântica, they gave me now good connection. And to start this session, I am going to invite Michele Araújo. Michele, are you there? Can you open your video and your audio? So you can. Okay, thank you, Michele. So please feel free to tell us about what are the challenges and what do you think about FASB here in Brazil?
Okay, well,
and
morning everyone. Yeah,
Michele is okay. You can introduce yourself.
Yeah, okay, Mars, great, thanks. I'm in the south of Bahia as well, experienced the same rain as Marcio, but I'm at home, so I put a background here that could give you the sense of the south of Bahia a little bit. I work for Vercel, which is a forestry company here in the south of Bahia, and a pulp company, and I am the CSI and communications manager for the past just over a year and a half, and we have toured around 145 communities in this area. 33 of them are indigenous communities, like traditional communities. So we have a good relationship with the fishermen and the indigenous communities as well. And all the social programs and social environmental programs are discussed together with them. So we have been in touch with WWF and NGP and Marcio's team to try to support the FASB co-creation from the past year or so, and not just for the FASB, but in general, in order to help creating a more sustainable development for the region as a whole. We are trying to strengthen the dialogue with the multi-stakeholders platform, bringing other stakeholders to the discussions so we can define common agendas that benefit everyone for their point of view, not just a company bringing the social programs or the academy trying to bring the research, but listening to everyone and contributing as equals in a conversation that can try to build some benefits for the whole region with time, and bringing more investors, bringing the government, bringing all the types of actors that we would need, the stakeholders that we would need to have interacting and strengthening them. So we feel that as well as this is the objective, this is also the main challenge. Who are the more mature actors, the leadership that can engage, that can help co-creating such agendas in order to overcome other challenges in the territory, but also create these platforms and the social programs within them, so people can benefit and look towards generating income or education, health, and agriculture. That is one of the main platforms here in the region as well. So if I can put in macro terms, those would be some of the challenges that we have, like how we can gather everyone. Although this is one of the actions that we have been conducting for the past 15 years, the relationship has been really established with such communities, but connecting all those dots and trying to work in a network is one of the ideas and the challenges as well. So Marcio, I don't know if that is what you were expecting. If you guys have more ideas, we can discuss later in the groups also. So would be nice to hear from you what your point of views are and your experiences as well.
Okay, thank you, Michele. That was really nice. That's Michele is bringing the point of view of someone that works in a pulp mill company, and it's really nice. Thanks a lot for sharing with us, Michele. And yes, tomorrow we're going to be talking with all of the participants so they can share their experience with us as well. And now I would like to invite to share also his experience with FASB and how he sees the challenges. It's Mr. Fábio Fernandes. He's the public prosecutor from the south of Bahia. So please, Fábio, if you can open your audio and your video. And
thank you, Marcio. Hello, everyone.
Okay.
It's a pleasure to be here. And my name is Fábio Fernandes Correia. I'm a public prosecutor here at Bahia State. And first of all, it's important for everyone to understand because we have a different role here in Brazil about the public prosecutor. Probably you are used to see a criminal role for district attorney or a fiscalia in Spanish. But here in Brazil, we have a special role to environment protection. And normally we have a public prosecutor for each city. But here at Bahia State, we have a regional office. So this public prosecutor, as I am, we can have a greater vision of a region. So FASB is very important because we have several legislations to observe, and we have a huge challenge about the new forest code. There is a 2012 law, and we have particularly two main protected areas. We call it here as a permanent preservation area, such as marginal strips along the rivers, and we have legal reserves. And if FASB supports a restoration project, So we must obey the law. So it's a particular concern, but I think it's also a challenge. And as Michelle said, we have a social and economic diversity, and we need to learn from everyone, so we can we do not create false expectations, and we can do the better way for this project. So it's I'm very glad to be here, Marcio, and I hope we can talk more about FASB and all the positive consequences.
Sure, Fabio. Thanks a lot for your contribution. And Fabio also, he's a member of FASB's council. So he's going to be helping us a lot in FASB. And, you know, we're talking about voices of the land. So now I would like to invite also a member of a FASB committee, of the FASB committee that we have. And he's an indigenous leader. So Carcaju, Pataxó, please, abra o seu vídeo e o seu áudio, Carcaju. Carcaju, open the video and audio. I'm going to be helping Carcaju. He's going to be speaking in Portuguese, and I'll be translating it to English for all of you.
Bom dia, Márcio.
Good morning. Bom dia, Carcaju.
Bom dia, eu sou Carcaju Pataxó, sou aqui da aldeia Pataxó Coroa Vermelha, no sul da Bahia.
Okay, I'm Carcaju Pataxó. I'm from the Coroa Vermelha tribe in the south of Bahia. Pode continuar.
O povo Pataxó está aqui situado no extremo sul da Bahia, dentro do território muito forte aqui da Mata Atlântica, onde nós temos várias aldeias espalhadas aqui no extremo sul, 44 aldeias no total. Né? Sou mestrando da UFSB e também faço parte do Fórum Florestal, da FASB, né? Estou aqui muito grato pela oportunidade de estar participando desse evento.
Okay, we have 44 tribes here in the south of Bahia, Pataxó tribes, and Carcaju is doing his master's, and he's, like I said, he's a member of the FASB committee here inside the Fórum Florestal, which is responsible for the origination and monitoring of FASB's project.
E aí, falando do fórum, né, o fórum foi uma porta, né, que se abriu para nós, povos indígenas aqui do extremo sul, que permitiu, né, dar voz, né, às comunidades, né. Graças ao fórum a gente tem participado aí de vários debates, somos participantes também do conselho e ativo dentro dessas propostas que são discutidas, né. A ideia é que a gente possa estar sempre debatendo e mostrando o quanto nós, povos indígenas, estamos interessados em dialogar com outros atores.
Okay. Fórum Florestal, it's a multi-stakeholder platform, and he's glad to represent his community inside Fórum Florestal, and it makes him, you know, acquaint to all of the topics and also that are being discussed in the region, and also to dialogue with stakeholders in the region here, and he has been contributing a lot to FASB.
E nós hoje, assim, o povo Pataxó, com um número crescente, né, de universitários, estamos hoje com mais de 250 índios na universidade, um número grande dentro da perspectiva muito recente, né, da luta por esse espaço, e a gente tem somado, né, esforços para que a gente possa aí dar continuidade aos trabalhos nossos de etnoturismo, né, um artesanato com base sustentável, e também pensando na questão da agroecologia como uma fonte de renda, né, algo que possa ser estimulado dentro das comunidades indígenas Pataxó.
Okay, in the Pataxó community, they have more than 250 Indians that has they have a university degree. He himself, he's doing his master's, and you know, that makes them qualified to help. You know, they develop actions in tourism, in also in making better handicrafts and artifacts that they make it and sell to the tourists, and well, and also help them to participate and to dialogue with the stakeholders. And it's a different point of view, that it's not only the community, the Indian community is not only that Indian community that lives in the forest and plant manioc. They also, you know, having knowledge, they can do better things.
E aí aproveitando esse espaço, né, que o Fórum Florestal nos permite, né, e abre dentro de todas as iniciativas que a gente tem diálogo com outros movimentos, né, é importante que a gente tenha voz nesse tipo de evento, né, para poder mostrar o quanto nós estamos avançando, não só na parte de busca, né, de instrumentos que facilitem esse nosso diálogo com a sociedade, né, nos posicionando, mostrando que é possível sim um mundo melhor a partir do momento que a gente estejamos unidos, né, em um bem comum. As várias parcerias que o Fórum tem, o próprio grupo do Fórum, né, pelas várias instituições e empresas que fazem parte, e da maneira como o diálogo é aberto, permite que a gente se sinta fortalecido e bem ouvido dentro desse espaço.
He's really glad to be a member of Fórum, the multi-stakeholder platform, that it makes them, you know, to dialogue better with other stakeholders and solve problems, so they can have, everybody can have a unique objective, one objective for all of the Fórum members. And you have in this multi-stakeholder platform, you have universities, you have NGOs, you have companies, and the government also, representatives. And so that if everybody works with the same objective, we can have a regional development. And he's really glad that he's a part of it.
E assim, chamar todos, né, para poder conhecer essa nossa realidade. Estamos hoje diante de um momento um tanto turbulento aqui no Brasil, na questão da atual gestão do governo, né, do Brasil, mas isso não desmotiva a gente a continuar, né? Graças a todas as ações que a gente tem feito e todos os planejamentos que as lideranças têm colocado aqui, é avançar. E a priori, nossa, é a manutenção da nossa cultura, e sem abrir mão, né, da questão da preservação, do incentivo a um ambiente melhor para as comunidades, né, pensando aí no bem comum para todos, para que haja uma questão de sobrevivência adequada dentro desse território, ampliar as ações de manutenção da preservação da Mata Atlântica, já que é a vegetação que faz a cobertura de boa parte dos nossos territórios, e aí buscar parcerias e somar esforços para isso, né, para que a gente não possa aí retroceder. Entendemos que houve impactos muito grandes, mas aí essa discussão não fica parada dentro do Fórum Florestal, e a gente aproveita esse espaço para a gente se posicionar também, e aí buscar novas estratégias para poder também trazer alternativas, né, que possam nos ajudar a ampliar essa questão da preservação do nosso território como um todo.
Well, he's very glad to be here and having the voice of his people going in, internationally, being heard. And Fórum Florestal has a really big role, especially in this political turbulent moment that Brazil is facing. But Fórum helps to look for environmental preservation, social development, and if everybody works together, he feels like we can have a regional a balance and a better life for everybody here in the region, especially because in the Atlantic rainforest coverage area with a lot of social responsibility and environmental preservation.
Ouvir, né, entender e conviver com os povos indígenas é uma oportunidade que a gente tem, né, para o mundo, né, e aí não só como Pataxó, mas pensando em toda a possibilidade aqui de desmistificar essa distância que tem dos povos indígenas, né? Então, abrir a partir desse diálogo aqui, que também, usando como referência o próprio Fórum Florestal, a gente tem colocado nas nossas reuniões aqui, que é possível dialogar com outros setores, né? Então, assim, e desmistifica um pouco, né, dessa ideia do índio que ficou parado no tempo. Estamos atuantes, buscando novas parcerias, e aí, assim, por ser membro do fórum também, sempre discutindo, sempre tentando colaborar, porque não é só ter uma participação de uma cadeira, mas a gente ter uma participação efetiva, né? E o fórum é esse espaço, é um ambiente que a gente tem dialogado e permitido isso. E a gente tem ampliado e a gente quer ampliar, né? Então, estar num evento desse, tendo a oportunidade de falar e convidá-los a vir conhecer nossa realidade, permite a gente também avançar em outros setores, né? Porque não dá para poder respeitar algo sem conhecer, e a gente está aqui para isso, para poder entender o outro lado, o lado de vocês, e também mostrar o nosso lado como uma parceria relevante.
Okay, it's an opportunity being here, having be able to express. Forum, as he said before, is helping him a lot doing this to make better. Also, he also fights for the maintenance of the cultural aspects of his people to maintain. And well, it's a pleasure for him to be here and being heard by all of you.
E aí, assim, Márcio, dentro desse ambiente, né, que foi criado, e você tem sido esse porta-voz para a gente, né, tem intermediado aí, junto principalmente comigo, fazendo essa interlocução com as lideranças, né, eu só agradeço, né, aproveito a oportunidade para te agradecer aqui perante a todos. Entendo que esse espaço, diante de toda a parceria que a gente tem construído aí com as instituições que estão dentro do fórum, permite, né, esse novo olhar. Então, assim, me coloco à disposição no que for preciso, diante de tudo que está sendo discutido aqui, embora não falando inglês, mas espero em breve poder estar aprendendo alguma coisa a respeito para a gente poder ampliar nosso diálogo, mas muito confiante, né? Entendendo que é possível a gente avançar sempre e trazendo ações em bem comum para todo mundo. E aí, agradecer bastante essa oportunidade.
Obrigado você, Carlos. Well, he's thanking he is thanking me. I have been we have been partners for a while. I have been inviting Carcaju for these events, and he's also very pleased to be here, and hopefully he'll be learning English, so he himself doesn't need a translator, and he himself can give his message to all of you. So thanks a lot, Carcaju. Muito obrigado, Carcaju, pela sua participação, e espero que você retorne e esteja sempre aqui conosco.
Eu que agradeço. Okay. Qualquer coisa, conte com a gente aqui. Obrigadão.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks, Márcio. Thanks, Carcaju. Thanks, Fabio and Michelle. It was really, really interesting to hear your stories. And yeah, I think it's like everything. We cannot do this on our own. We need to collaborate and form partnerships and overcome these issues, often which are very contentious. We have to be brave and openly speak and try and solve these issues. We're living in a very complex world, and in NGP, we often say no one person has the answer. We all have a small piece of the answer. So it's lovely in this short little inspirational session to have Carcaju from the community, Michelle from corporates, Fabio from the the public prosecuting agency, and Marcio from NGP, but also from the university. So it was lovely to hear all of those voices. So I think it's been incredibly inspiring, the session that we've just had now. So thanks very much, all of you. And it's also been inspiring having these discussions with the 3 different projects. And Elena and I have been walking around the marketplace. We've been walking around the markets in Vietnam, in Brazil, and in Uganda and Ghana. And we've found some really nice things in the markets with these beautiful smells and lovely materials. And yeah, so we've been having some fun as well. And I think it's all been inspired by these really interesting sessions that we've just been having now. So Elena, what do you have in your basket that you got from the market? I've also got some things, but let me see what you got.
Look at this fantastic fabric that I found in the market in Ghana, actually. I am going to take it home and I am going to do some very cute clothes for my kids. But I was also visiting Chile. Well, this was yesterday, and I found this. Do you know what is this? This is a pine nut from an araucaria tree in Chile. And Mapuche's people, they do some delicious dishes. And I'm going home with this, and I'm going to prepare some delicious dishes also. What do you have in your basket, David?
Well, I only got one thing, but it's really big. And I've already shown it to you briefly. Let me just show you. This is a traditional African drum that I got when I was in Uganda. And Alex and I were sitting with his mother, with his grandmother and his mother, having a discussion about music, ethnic musicology. And Alex's grandmother is a lover of African music. And so am I. Because I'm from the South in South Africa. But she said to me, you've got to take home a present from me, a traditional African drum. It's not new, it's really old. You can see it belonged in their family for many years. It's got an old crack that has been fixed. It's got an African skin that's been extra stretched by ox blood on the top. So yeah, it's really, really beautiful. As I was playing earlier on, a lot of fun with this. So what I'm going to do, I don't really know how to play it, but I'm going to go home and I'm going to take this new gift and I'm going to learn how to play my drum. And what's better is I'm going to share this with my friend Luis Neves Silva, because he always listens to Spotify all the time. But here we now have an opportunity to learn how to play the drum, and I can teach him. So hopefully he'll stop listening to Spotify and he'll start playing an African drum, and he'll get into the African culture a little bit. So
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that, David.
That's a great idea, David. That's a great idea. So yeah, guys. So yeah, we let me breathe a little bit. Yeah, the idea of the next session is that you will also have some inspirational pills that you will be able to take home and do whatever you want to do with those new learning, those inspirations, as I am going to cook some delicious foods using these pine nuts. So for that, we have chosen some inspirational speakers that are going to talk to you about 3 different subjects. So Manuela, maybe you can bring in Milagre from Mozambique, Ed Mitchard, and Mallory, because now in this session, which is called Getting Inspired by the Beauty of the Landscape, Milagre Lubunga will give a talk about best practices in community engagement. She's the director of the Mikaya Foundation in Mozambique. Mallory from WWF International, but based in Greece for these days. She will give a talk about design thinking for creative solving problems. And Ed Mitchard from Space Intelligence. He will talk to us about remote sensing and biomass measurement. The idea, thank you guys for being today with us and sharing your inspiration. Well, I have to say that it is Mallory's birthday today. So she is spending her birthday with us. Congratulations, Mallory.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so the idea for this session is that we are going to run in parallel the 3 sessions. The 3 sessions will be recorded, so you will be able to watch them after the meeting, but you still will be able to move from one to the other. And they will have 30 minutes for their session, and I think that's it about the instructions. David, do you, sorry, I almost forgot this part. Before that, they are going to pitch super briefly in 1 minute what their session is about, so that you know what you can expect when you visit their local markets. David, anything else you want to add before we hear to you are muted?
No, I think that's it. I mean, this is a lovely session where you can be inspired and you can learn from Mallory, Milagre, and Ed. So, you know, it's all about hearing what they got to say and then participating and asking questions and inquiring about it. So it's a short little 30-minute learning journey. So make yourself uncomfortable. Go to a room where you know nothing about, rather than going to a room where you do know something about. So if you know very little about trying to stimulate new ideas in a group of people, well, give Mallory a try. So yeah, there's a pun for you, Mallory, because I'm going to go to yours and learn something there. So this is a lovely learning opportunity. So enjoy it. So yeah, should we have the sort of 1 minute overviews?
Yeah,
from
very brief, guys, okay? So Milagre, your turn.
1 minute.
You are muted, Milagre.
Milagre, you muted.
You are running out of time. No.
All right. Okay. Hello, everyone from Mozambique. And I would like to invite you to join me in this breakout session. And I'll be sharing with you how 2,000 women from rural Mozambique, women baobab collectors, are transforming lives in landscapes in central Mozambique. Speak, 2 of them are participating in an international meeting in Maputo, the capital city of Mozambique, having flown in an airplane for the very first time, sharing their stories and their own experience of success in this meeting. So if you want to hear about that, please join me. Thank you.
Sorry, Mallory, I might be going elsewhere.
Oh, no.
Let me hear what you got to say first.
Okay, so I'll be talking about design thinking, which is a process for coming up with creative and innovative solutions to challenges that you have in your work. So I work with the WWF innovation team on bringing this methodology to the network. And it's focused on human-centered design. So in coming up with new project ideas or meeting challenges that you already have, focusing on the end user, whether it's the communities that we work with, the team that you work on, focusing on their needs and coming up with creative solutions to those problems.
Oh, it's a tough one. Sure, Ed, let's hear from you. Now it's going to be really tough. Maybe I better just switch to the 3 rooms.
Yeah, I want to go to both of those, but I guess I can't. Yep, so I'm Ed from the UK, from Edinburgh, and I'm going to be talking about different ways in which satellite data can be used to support forestry projects. So what you can and can't do from satellite data.
Wow, difficult choice, but you can move from one room to the other. Don't forget, my colleagues, you need to record the sessions once you are in there. Okay, Luis, Andrew, David. So I think that I can ask our magician to do the magic. And the only thing that I need to add is let you get inspired by the beauty of these landscapes. Enjoy this 30-minute session.
Milagre, I think you have a very good audience. So over to you.
Do I share? Can I share screen?
Of course.
Okay, let me see. Can you all see that?
Yes, full screen.
Okay, all right. So I'll try to make this as fast as possible so we can have time for conversation. So thank you for joining me in this room. I'm going to share, let me just change this. I'm going to talk to you about this village story. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about this village story of women baobab collectors transforming landscapes in central Mozambique. Did I mess everybody up?
Yeah. Okay. Back to the full screen. Yeah.
So what I want to share with you is how this today big business enabled women to go from what you see in the picture up on the left to where they were just individual women selling their baobab on their backyard, to joining up with other women doing the same, creating an association, joining a private company has shareholders, and now not only selling their baobab powder and soon their baobab oil across Mozambique, where they already are, with beautiful products, but also exporting. They have 20% of the shares in the baobab products in Baobab Practice Mozambique. And so this is the story I want to share with you, but not only that, I want to share with you how through them, whole communities are changing, their villages, their communities are changing, and their relationship with the land is changing. It took a number of women in each one of those villages, talking to their families first, having them join them in this baobab business because they are the holders of they are the contract holders, having their husbands, having their other family members joining them in this business, and then moving from their families into their communities, and together with us going into organizing whole meetings with their leaders to ensure that they could have their buy-in and have what they needed to have their business succeed, which was, I'll just move to the next one, which was the buy-in from the whole community to stop ongoing land degradation. I was lucky enough to be able to join a session that was talking about fires before, but this was no managed fire. But given the unsustainable agriculture practices that were ongoing and the lack of valorization of the resources that are within their forests, they were burning everything to be able to try and have some agriculture going. But through baobab, they understood that they needed not only to protect the baobab, but all the regeneration around it. And so they had to get the buy-in of all other members of the community and develop, co-develop rules and regulations that would enable these women and their families to benefit from this business. And in doing so, they were then restoring this land from what you see in the picture in the middle, burned baobabs, dying baobab, degraded lands, bringing that land and those landscapes back to life, as you see on the right. What they have also managed to do is to engage in conversations that meant that forest inventories and other reconnaissance surveys were done, new products were identified in their forests, some of them much more valuable than baobab. And because of that, communities are now saying that they would like to stop burning altogether, because they believe that due to lack of knowledge of what they have and how important it is either for people in Mozambique or elsewhere, how by burning and destroying everything, they are actually denying themselves and their children the possibility of joining in future ventures that could bring them much needed income and therefore a possibility for developing themselves, their families, and their livelihoods. And it is through the valorization of the products that are in there that they have decided to now have structures within the community that are looking after these landscapes, and they are negotiating with their neighbors to prevent fires, but also to protect the landscapes and bring back the life that was once almost lost in these communities. And so this is what I wanted to, this is my pitch, but there's a lot that I could say, but I'll stop there to turn this into a conversation that we can have together. Thank you.
Thank you, Milagre. Excellent. Maybe now for the discussion, you can stop sharing the screen so that we can.
Yeah, I'll do that.
See everyone.
No, I just closed.
So I think we can open the floor for comments, questions from the audience. This speaks very much to a session I've attended
I have one question
before in Uganda. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Luis, to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I will have to leave in a few minutes, but Milagre, I would really like to hear about the main challenge that you have, like engaging this community. What did you think was the hardest thing to sort, and how did you manage to solve or are solving these challenges?
I would say that the main challenge was a social one, because these women belong to patriarchal communities where, and so only men were, men were used to being the breadwinners, and getting them to accept that this is a business that was started by women and was created then for women. And they were the ones bringing the money home. And of course, because of that, they were feeling that they had a say on how that money was being used, was the biggest challenge. It's not fully solved yet, but we have gone a long way. We've gone a long way from the time when this started, and when women were selling their products, the men were just standing nearby to take all the money, to a space where women go by themselves. They sell, and even some of them, if the men want to sell, they can use their contract to do so through them, and they charge a fee to their husbands for selling their baobab for them. So that the social side is still a challenge, which we are working through with the leaders, with the communities, and through learning and conversations, and this is still going on, but we have gone a long way now. The other was linked to the fact that the company is not selling organic baobab, and that means that in the rules and regulations that communities that are selling this organic baobab have developed, they have limits to how much a company can buy. And so given that there are not many businesses investing in this very poor and remote area, the other communities want in, and not all of them are certified organic. and therefore cannot come in until all that work and training can go into their own communities as well. And so there are these perceived also jealousies between communities, because it's something that everybody wants in. Yeah, there would be 1,000 other little challenges, but I'll start there.
Yeah, Milagre, you have a queue of questions by order. It was Marcio first, Brian next, and Candice. I don't know if you want to take the 3 questions all together
They
or
on the
one by one.
or they are going
No,
to...
No. They raised their hand and they want to pose you the question. So should I give them the word and then?
Sure.
Okay. Marcio first, Brian next, and then Candice. Please go ahead.
Milagre, first of all, congratulations for your presentation and for your initiative. It's really nice to share that what you have shared, and I'm kind of curious. What is the value of this baobab? What actually is the product, and why women? Why only women? Why men can't also not work in this business?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Brian? Muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Milagre, yeah, again, I echo the congratulations and am inspired by your example. I did want to just piggyback on Michelle's question about challenges and really piggyback on your answer to Michelle's question about the social challenges as being the biggest thing. I just could appreciate more detail about what has worked in overcoming that social challenge of patriarchal system. Is it small group settings, workshops? What is it exactly that has worked? And then another question, if I can squeeze another one in, is how to scale these enterprises. Are you relying on already existing baobab stock? I mean, of course, it's a very slow growing tree, but are you thinking into the future about planting more and scaling in that sort of a way? Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. And Candice.
Hi, Milagre, congratulations. It's a great story, and I hope one day that I can visit your beautiful trees. I'm a huge fan of baobabs, and I actually enjoy eating the fruit. We can sometimes get it in East Africa. So my question is directly related to my own projects. I'm very interested in how did you come up with a revenue sharing model? I heard you mention something about the ladies all have shares in a business. And when you spoke about the export, you mentioned 20%. I wonder if you could give us a little bit more information about who are the other shareholders and what was the process that you went through to come up with that model, please? Okay. Thank you.
Luis, should I answer these 3 questions first before we go anywhere?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. I'll start with what's baobab. So I think you saw the baobab. I think I showed some baobab trees. So it's a huge tree, one of the biggest. The baobab tree, we call it Imbondeiro here, is one of the biggest trees, and we have some ancient ones in Africa. Some of them more than they can come to 1,000 or more years. They live long. And they have a fruit. They have this big fruit that looks more or less like a brown avocado. And if you, it's a hard shell. If you crack the shell inside, you have seeds coated by white powder, held together by brown fiber. And so, if what we're doing is with the women, they collect, so the company buys, and so a number of those women are also hired to pre-process this fruit, separating all the fibers, and then this goes to the factory to just separate the seeds from the powder, And the powder is what we are already selling. The seeds are then crushed to produce oil, which is very good for cosmetics. So that's and it's a soup. The powder. It is like the leaves and the roots of the young seedlings. Well, it is a superfood. It's extremely rich, extremely nutritious. More vitamin C than orange, more calcium than milk, and all of those things that you can say about most superfoods. So that's baobab. I will then go into one of the other questions about baobab. So having talked about baobab, going into how we are managing this, because I started by saying that it's a slow growing tree and it can go up to, it lives for centuries. And so it's something that's in our landscape. Particularly in the areas where we are working, because it's an organic production, we only buy whole fruits. When they fall, they crack. So those cracked fruits are not bought. So many of them crack, and they are they are left in the field. And so they open up, and the seeds germinate. And so in doing fire management, because these baobab trees are all over the landscape and are within people's agricultural land, they leave a radius around each one of the trees in order to protect the young seedlings. And so it's about the management of natural regeneration. So as the old ones die, a number of young ones are growing around those old ones, and they are cared for by the women and other people in the community in that particular landscape. And so we are right now managing the natural regeneration. At the same time, we have joined international networks where we have a number of universities internationally that are looking into the phenology and other aspects of the baobab tree, because it has sparked international interest. And now also we have people planting those trees. So it's a mix between management of natural regeneration, and also planting in these communities. If I move to the social, why women? In the province, Manica province, where we are based, this company is working mostly in the northern part of the province, in Guru and Dambara districts. They are very, very dry areas, and they have lots of baobab trees. The baobab was not always a good money-making business, and therefore men were not interested in participating in the business. So women would go to their fields, collect a few baobab fruit, come home, either crack them and sell them in little tins, or just hang them on their fences so that passerbys could buy 1, 2, 3, or whatever they wanted on that particular day. So when we came into this landscape, we found women doing that. And when we asked in the communities, we were told, oh, that's a women's business. That's a women's business. Because, well, I guess they don't have, they do not get involved in any profitable business because that's for men. And so because we knew we belong to a regional Southern African network of non-timber forest product businesses, we then began engaging these women, and we did. We created. Well, I represent Mikaya in this we that I'm talking about. We established a business that we called Baobab Products Mozambique, and had helped the women organize themselves into an association, and we gave 20% of the shares to the women. The women were participating in an informal business where people buying their baobab were not paying taxes, and they were really exploiting them. And so because we knew the value of these baobab nationally and internationally, we started immediately paying 3 to 4 times more, depending on the place and how much we were getting before. And now it's up to 6 times in some places. And it became a good business for those women. Their husbands began feeling jealous and wanted in. And what we said was, just as all the other businesses that are men's businesses are in all of them, when the men need, they can bring their wives and their children to help. This is also family business. The woman in this case is holding a contract. If you value this business, join her, help her grow her business. She has a contract, she can bring the money to the family, and so the whole family can grow. And so that's what's happening right now. And so that's why women, because they were the ones who were there. And in terms of how we are trying to overcome these challenges, we are bringing on board the whole community. So this is a business that has been growing slowly, and we have had time to start engaging the women, not only in learning about how to deal with the business, but also how to manage the environment, manage their relationship with the business, manage their money. And in all of these, they're also learning how to deal with their family, how to negotiate their space within the family. We are using a capabilities framework in this learning for the women and also with the community, including the leaders and all the community advisors in this, so that together we can help the women grow and lessen the social challenges that are there in these patriarchal communities. In the meetings we have with the women, they are open meetings. Their family members who are men can also come, so that they can listen, they can grow, they can understand and not feel excluded in all the learning that women are doing, and trust the process. So it's about buying trust and having the women also feel that just because they're bringing the money to the family, they don't have to be to behave badly, just because that brings about a lot of conflict in the household. We're helping them manage that space, that new freedom and new power they got. So that's one. In terms of the revenue sharing model, they have the 20%. This goes to the association, and the association, we are now there are training courses going on for the association in terms of business management as well, so that they can learn how best to invest. Because in the beginning, the money will be small. We have 2,000 women Baobab collectors involved. So in the beginning, the money will be small. As the business grows, the money will grow, but they need to make choices as a group, as an association. And whilst they can have the money, from their direct sales going to themselves, the money that comes to the association, one of the first priority they put together is a scholarship fund for their children, because there are no secondary schools in that area. And so they're growing a scholarship fund that can take their brightest students, women in this case, because they want, it's a women's business and they're going to start with their women children to send them, because of course, here we have premature early marriages and all other issues that affect women in those areas. And they have decided to put up the scholarship for young girls.
15 minutes of intense information. Any further questions, gentlemen? and ladies as well. Candice, did this answer your questions? Because we were discussing some of these issues on the Uganda previous session.
Partly, yes. I understand that it's a collective decision making, and I love the school fund. We have similar challenges in Uganda, maybe not quite as challenging as in Mozambique, but we have a lot of rural tree growers who cut their trees early for school fees and medical expenses. So we've also been looking at a kind of a school fee savings fund. But I am still open to ideas, or how do you facilitate revenue sharing, keeping in mind short-term needs, medium-term needs, and long-term needs? Do you just let the association figure it out, or do you guide them in any way?
And I have also one question, Milagre, which is, what are your next steps? What are you looking for next? Is it to grow? Is it to diversify into other landscapes? What are Mikaya's plans on this project?
So if I start with the last one, just because I haven't been there. So in terms of growth, we within these areas, I think one of the things I mentioned before is that one of the reasons the communities are now managing their landscapes better is that we, having started with Baobab in those areas, we did not stop there. We are doing resource surveys, and we are keeping our ears open for other profitable markets that exist for other products in there. And so, for instance, the two other products that we found in that area, one of them is being bought by companies in Sweden to produce in a mix that will produce aphrodisiacs, natural based aphrodisiacs, but in another one by being bought by German companies, which is being used as a heart medicine, and of course, and these some are creepers, others are whatever, and they pay much more. They are worth much more than Baobab, and because some of them are creepers, they require a healthy environment with trees and other things to grow. Things that the communities used to.
Milagre, we have 1 minute just for you to control.
Okay. And so that's where we are going, helping communities find more value in there. But in helping, it's both. It's not one or the other kind. It's both. So it's enabling them to have conversations, showing the pros and cons of each choice they make, and so just facilitated conversation for them. That's how we're going about it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Milagre.
Thank you.
We expect this was a bomb of information. Yeah. No, fantastic.
Thank you for your sharing information.
Yeah. And let's ensure that we stay in touch. We don't pass so long without seeing each other and talking.
Yes.
So let's go to the main room. Yes. Okay. And see you in the plenary for the closing. Okay. Thank you, Milagre, again.
Thank you.
Right. I might wait another minute for a few more people to turn up, or do you think I should just go for it?
I would just go for it, I think, because I think Milagre has probably stolen everyone.
Everyone. Yeah, she was going to steal me. Right.
For those who, Ed is, from Space Intelligence. He's sat probably about 2 miles from me, quite close on the other side of Edinburgh. So we know each other through Edinburgh. And yeah, Ed, if you want to take over and run the rest of the session, I'll put myself on mute.
Great, thanks very much for the invitation to speak here at all. And yeah, we met in real life about 3 weeks ago in a coffee shop. It was very exciting. My first real life meeting of 2021. Right, see if I have the power. Could someone come off? Well, can you come off mute and tell me if you can see something? Great, all right, I saw a thumbs up. Okay, so I'm here representing Space Intelligence. I also have a position at the University of Edinburgh, where I'm a professor of global change mapping, but that's more doing work that's kind of pushing the boundaries of what's possible. But I founded Space Intelligence with one of my postdocs, Murray Collins, back in 2017 to just try and operationalize a lot of the technology that we'd already developed to use satellite data and ensure that that actually got used. So Space Intelligence is a company that supports nature-based solution developers in all stages of the kind of project development. So from finding a site to do forest restoration, for example, through to monitoring it. We do that particularly by mapping land cover and above ground carbon storage. And yeah, we have a variety of clients in the UK and worldwide. And just to say, it's not just Murray and me anymore. We've hired a lot in the last year, so we're actually 10 people. I haven't met all of them because most of this hiring has been done during the pandemic, but that's the strange world we live in. So the main thing you'll probably have come across from satellite data in the context of forest projects is in terms of land cover mapping, which is a fairly mature technology, really. It tends to rely on two types of satellite data. So I've got A and B here, optical satellite data and radar satellite data. So optical satellite data is what you're used to seeing in Google Earth or something. It's a satellite with a camera in it that looks at the Earth's surface through detecting what comes back when the sun reflects off the Earth's surface. So basically, it's camera pictures. Those exist at a wide range of resolutions and frequencies now. So what traditionally used to happen is if you wanted data frequently, like every day or every week, you could get that for free, but you'd have to accept quite a coarse resolution because you're effectively using a satellite with a wide angle lens that could go over frequently. And if you wanted high resolution data, you had to pay for it. And that was because you needed a satellite with a big telescope to go and point at the bit of the Earth you want. That's changed over the last few years. The European Union, with the UK investing, and the UK has carried on investing in this program called Copernicus, has put a lot of money into producing high resolution satellite data specifically for land cover mapping that's produced frequently. And they have two satellite sets called Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 that provide data at a 10-meter pixel resolution. So that's 100 pixels in a hectare, about 40 pixels in an acre. That's a lot of individual images in an area that lets you really track land cover frequently. Critically, those data are collected every 5 days or so everywhere on the planet. So that's frequently enough to really watch changes happening, or where I am, somewhere like Scotland or somewhere like Ghana, get through the problem of cloud cover, because even if it's cloudy, 9 days out of 10, if you have observations over 5 days, if you have observations every 5 days, you're going to see the country at least once a year, probably several times a year. The other data set we use is radar, called synthetic aperture radar. This is a totally different way of looking at the world. It sends pings of microwave radiation at the surface and looks for what bounces back. This interacts with 3D structures, so things like trees cause the signal to bounce around and then bounce back. My animations aren't working. I was meant to show you a picture of a radar image, but you can imagine a kind of speckly black and white, difficult to understand image. But radar has several advantages over optical data. It can see through clouds and it sees the world in a totally different way because it just sees the bouncing, the 3D structure. So if you painted your trees red, it would look exactly the same to radar. But if you cut down some trees in the forest, it will see a different signal. So the way we do land cover mapping at Space Intelligence, we combine dense time series of these two. So looking at the same place lots of times. We collect good training data, which is a kind of time-consuming stage that many people skip or try to shortcut, but you can't produce a good map by shortcutting it. This involves normally peering at high-resolution aerial photographs or Google Earth, or in an ideal world, walking around the actual area and finding pure areas of one type. So in this picture in the top left, we have a little square in a field or a little square in a forest. These are training data that I'm confident in. And we use hundreds of satellite images. So we're looking at the same pixel, the same location on the Earth hundreds of times. and machine learning using deep neural networks to classify the landscape and say confidently which pixel belongs to which class. So we end up producing land cover maps that look like this. So this is an example of a 20 class map we did for Scotland recently. We're producing this as a service for NatureScot, Scotland's nature agency. So this is a 20-meter resolution map, so 20-meter pixels across the whole country, which is being used to help plan nature-based solutions. And we produce these type of maps for small project areas or for whole countries like here. In practice, with this type of mapping, you can watch change. So, for example, we can watch forestry activities of harvesting or regrowth or urban development. And this is the kind of thing that they tend to be used for by project developers around the world. They're looking for a baseline rate of change. So, for example, if it's an avoided deforestation project, or they're trying to find sites for reforestation that meet the requirements of standards. So many carbon standards say that you can't claim carbon credits for reforesting land if it's been deforested in the past 10 years. So this type of analysis allows us to go back in time and check which areas were deforested longer ago than that. This is just one of the maps we've produced, but I've put a link up here if you want to explore these maps on the web system, you're able to do so. So the more tricky one, but the one I think that there's much more potential for projects to use it than they are at the moment, is forest carbon. So we know that trees store carbon. This is the main thing that we're changing in the type of projects we've been talking about. We're trying to suck carbon out of the atmosphere and put it into trees. Carbon in forest is very variable. So in my land cover map back here of Scotland, I have a few different classes for forest, but they're things like coniferous woodland or broadleaf woodland. Within those classes, we have massive variations of carbon. In the plantation, obviously, carbon changes through the growing cycle. As the trees get bigger and bigger, they store carbon each year. But even within mature broadleaf woodland, we might have an order of magnitude difference in the carbon stored in the trees between a site on a slope in poor conditions compared to a lowland wet site that can get to very high biomass values. And as a project developer, you want to be able to map the difference in carbon between those sites, and you want to be able to track that carbon through time. The main way we measure carbon traditionally is to go out and measure the diameter and height of trees by hand. I've measured the diameter using tape of about 20,000 trees, I reckon, over my career. And have been involved in dealing with spreadsheets of much bigger data sets. That's a pretty accurate way of mapping carbon, but it's very time consuming, and it relies on being able to go to the places where spend a lot of money to go into the forest, collect these plots. There's some places you just can't access, and you often can't do this as frequently as you would like. So plots might be remeasured every 5 years, but really you want to track the carbon growth or losses in your forest every year. Traditionally, forest carbon has been very difficult to map using satellite data. Fundamentally, it's mostly in forests, and forests look green to your standard optical satellite. So optical data is maybe not very useful here, but synthetic aperture radar data, this active pings of microwave radiation, has more potential. There's also a third technology, LiDAR, that we use quite a lot to do forest carbon mapping. So LiDAR is another active technology, a bit like radar. It sends pings of laser data, this time straight down at the tree, and listens the time for the reflected light to come back. Obviously, that might just be a tiny fraction of a second because light moves at the speed of light, but the sensors are sensitive enough to tell the difference in the first return that comes from the top of the tree and the second return that comes from the bottom, and use that to estimate tree height. And tree height relates very well to biomass. So both of these have sensitivity to biomass. I promise there aren't too many graphs in this presentation. This one has biomass along the X, that's AGB, stands for above ground biomass, and radar backscatter on the Y-axis. You see that there's a strong increase up to some point, and then it goes flat, it saturates. Radar basically is good at telling the difference between very young and reasonably young trees, or across different levels of biomass in the savanna, but it's not very good at telling the difference between low biomass and high biomass forests. It's saturated, it gets the same You see as much backscatter as can come back comes back. It's a different picture for LiDAR, however. LiDAR, because it's measuring tree height, and tree height is strongly related to biomass, shows a pretty strong relationship. This study, the axes are the other way around, above ground biomass is on the y-axis, but it doesn't matter. You see that this doesn't really saturate. So the ideal way to map biomass across your plantation is to use airborne LiDARs. This is LiDARs sitting on a plane for which you get these fantastic high resolution images, particularly these ones on the right. You can see every tree very clearly. We can pick those out, estimate the height and crown dimensions of every tree. It's fantastic quality data. But collecting LiDAR data is expensive. You have to get a plane there with a specialist instrument. There often aren't planes in most tropical countries. You have to pay for it to come from North America or Europe or South Africa or somewhere. It's logistically difficult just to collect these data. Your plane has to fly low and slow over the forests. That's not always easy, particularly if it's a hilly area. And there's very rarely any archive data. So never mind how big your budget, you cannot collect you cannot collect LiDAR data in 2010 if no one collected over your study type, because we don't have time machines in general. So airborne LiDAR is great, but a bit limited in terms of actual use in projects. It's typically a sampling tool at best. But fortunately, there are some LiDARs on satellites which give free data. So there's one from the mid-2000s, which I used a lot in my PhD to produce the first biomass maps of the world. But there's two operating, there's been a big gap for 10 years, but right now there are two operating, JEDI and ISAT-2. At Space Intelligence, we use these to map tree height and then biomass. These collect little dots of LiDAR data, little circles between 13 and 25 meters wide across the whole world, every orbit. So the way we actually make our carbon maps is we use training data of LiDAR, these little footprints all over the world, and field data plots if we have them, extrapolate using optical and particularly radar remote sensing, and produce lovely biomass maps like this one we have of Senegal showing the biomass in mangroves across a wide area. Okay, hopefully that's left a decent bit of time for questions.
Thanks, Ed. That's really interesting. Can you tell us a little bit more about, is there options to kind of combine the different measurement tools? I think you and I have had conversations in the past about kind of machine learning and sort of building up knowledge. Is that, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, definitely. So we always want to integrate these data sets into other ones. Something we're looking at a lot, which is moving beyond pure satellite data, is trying to do opportunity mapping. So helping produce continuous or kind of tools, web tools ideally, that let people choose where to put projects. So choose between A and B in terms of accessibility and the amount of carbon that could be sequestered and so on, or the chances of success based on previous projects, or look at different scenarios. Should you be doing natural regeneration or planting in a particular area? Can we use machine learning and other data sets to work out which would store more carbon for your budget, that kind of thing. In terms of just combining those tools I showed, we tend to do land cover mapping at the same time as carbon mapping if someone wants us to, because it's very useful to be able to separate different forest types, for example. Is that what you were asking? Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting. I'm sure, I think, Ben, you've probably got a few questions, I think.
Yeah, this is all very interesting and really amazing what seems to be going on. I do have a question. NDVI, for example, in plantations, it's quite easy to see if there are trees or if trees have been cut down, using Sentinel as an example. But, if NDVI could also be used to sort of try and estimate growth rates.
Yeah, definitely. So for those of you, NDVI is Normalized Difference Vegetation Index. It's a ratio of two bands that basically shows how much photosynthetic material there is in a pixel, so how green it is. It's very good at saying how many leaves are in an area. So you can use it to estimate how well trees are doing, but it kind of works well when you train it in a small area and then you maybe scale up a bit and the relationships change but also NDVI changes through a year for things totally unrelated to tree growth. So for example, how dry or wet it is, or what the atmosphere has been doing, whether you've got Saharan dust around and this kind of thing. So we don't really use vegetation indices very much. We tend to prefer to use a combination of lots of different things so you get over those issues. So the way we want to map tree growth is by doing a biomass map each year. So we'd see the carbon going in, and that would use that optical information that makes up NDVI, but also add in radar data and the LiDAR we talked about. So you have kind of many hundreds of observations of different types for each pixel to build up that biomass change picture.
What? Sorry, you listed some of the LiDAR and radar sites. Are they freely available? Is it open access or?
Yeah, all the data sets we use are open access. We have paid for data for some clients when they really need high resolution information, but normally we find that 10 to 20 meter pixel size of the free data sets is absolutely fine for what people are doing. With space intelligence in particular, and I'm happy to advise on smaller scale things. With space intelligence, we tend to do big scale projects and landscapes. We typically don't do things smaller than 100,000 hectares. And that gets quite expensive if you're doing it with commercial data, and anytime a commercial provider could increase their prices or data provision, their satellite could drop out of the sky, is a bit of a risk. The Sentinels are designed to be reliable, they're operational systems, and they're committed to producing the same data into the late 2030s. So for us building a business, we want to rely on that type of data.
Makes sense.
Thanks, Ben. Suzanne, have you got any questions or any on I'm just thinking from Bamboo and Rattan side from a measurement perspective?
No, I don't have any specific questions right now. I just find it fascinating and need to learn more about these methodologies. I spoke with Ed really briefly yesterday in the intro room. So I wanted to hear this, and it's totally mind-blowing what you can do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne. I'll just go to, just because we're quite a small group, I'll just make sure everyone gets a chance. So Fabio, any thoughts?
Thank you, Andrew. I participate here in Brazil in the Atlantic Rainforest Pact. I don't know if you guys heard, but we are working in a protocol of monitoring sensor project, and maybe later we will be in touch with Ed to exchange information. But I don't have any questions, but only thank you, Ed, for your presentation.
Okay, hope it was useful.
Thanks, Fabio. Martin, is there anything you'd like to ask?
Yeah, just a couple of very quick questions. One, can you tell us a little bit about how most of the certification systems feel about satellite data? And then the other one is, although you're saying some of the data is free, presumably analysis of data isn't free. If we were taking a landscape of sort of 100,000 hectares or something, and we wanted annual changes in cover and biomass, can you, without giving away your price list, give us sort of, orders of magnitude so I can see how realistic some of these things are for, projects in developing countries, et cetera, that haven't got big donors behind them?
Yeah, sure. I'll do the second one first. Yeah, it depends on the project and the type of thing you're doing, but I guess for monitoring over 100,000 hectares for land cover and biomass, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars probably, which works for a big RED project. For a smaller community project, that may not be possible, but again, it depends on the requirements, which comes back to your first one. So many of the carbon standards require really quite extensive monitoring based on satellite data, which is often done by consultants using relatively old school technology. So it's often desktop-based analysis of Landsat data, but that can still be very expensive for the project to meet methodology requirements. I think there's going to be a big revolution in how the carbon standards work over the coming years. So everything's going to be nested within these jurisdictional systems. There are new methodologies coming out and new methods, and I certainly hope those use satellite data much more, because you want neighboring projects to all have the same data set and methods. Otherwise, you just get this nonsense where you have tons of different leakage models and deforestation models in neighboring projects, and that probably drives leakage rather than kind of protecting from it. And it just reduces costs. I want most of the money from the sale of carbon credits to be going to people on the ground conserving forests or planting trees. You don't want it mostly to be going to Western consultants doing point and click analyses on their computers. So yeah, Space Intelligence, we're trying to automate the analysis and make that as accurate, but also as kind of affordable for projects. I don't know if small scale restoration projects should ever be paying Space Intelligence for data. I guess the way we hope it will work is that big donors or whole countries will pay for monitoring over their country, the way Scotland is doing, and we'll give that data out, and then all those projects will use the same data. That would certainly be the way I hope it goes. Did that answer your first bit? I may have forgotten it.
Yeah, no, that was great. Thank you.
I think there as well, just on certification side of things with FSC and PEFC, I think there's huge opportunities to use remote sensing data much more smartly, to demonstrate in two ways: to demonstrate kind of greater transparency in the whole system, and then also to improve auditing. So if you had a forest management plan, you could use you can say we're going to cut and restock these areas, and then you could use the remote sensing to verify that. And then so when the auditor is going out, the auditor is very easy for her or him to say, okay, this is what you said you'd do. Well, this is what the satellite says. Can we go and have a look at this piece here? Whereas at the moment, it's very difficult for an auditor to, there's finite time to go and see. They spend a lot of time auditing process and not auditing outcomes. And I think there's huge opportunities to use the remote sensing data in various forms to demonstrate, to improve the audit process, but then also if someone's being compliant and they can show they're being compliant and everyone can see, well, this is the conservation area and the conservation area has been protected, or here's the riparian zones, there's been no harvesting in the riparian zones. I think there's a lot of potential to do that. In the same way Ed was saying it's going to revolutionize carbon auditing, I think it will revolutionize finally, after 25 years nearly, forest management auditing, and just change it. And then when the auditor's on the ground, they're looking at the key things, not at driving people around for 2 days at a time to go and look at things.
Yeah, that was the bit I forgot to say, I think, for looking beyond carbon. There's definitely scope to use it for the FSC type bodies, and I really hope that happens. Again, reduces costs and increases accuracy.
I just got a few minutes left. Ed, do you think it's interesting saying about the Scottish government? Sort of, is that a Scotland-wide thing that they're sort of paying for everywhere to be LiDAR, if that's a verb?
So that's a separate thing. So the Scottish government has paid for Space Intelligence to map all of Scotland for 2019 and 2020 and make those data open. So those are available on the Scottish Government data.gov.scot website. So those are open for all project developers to use, and they're hopefully going to carry on doing that in the future. So that's great. And that was specifically to help small scale restoration projects plan and kind of get through certification, and just gives them an easy total of how much area they have of different land cover types. Scotland is also working to do LiDAR across the whole country, particularly to help with forest management and like finding trees and problematic trees and that kind of thing. They've done about a third of the country so far, particularly the borders and the cities. Those data are also all online at a slightly different Scottish Government website. If you search LiDAR Scotland, you'll find it. They want to do all of Scotland by 2025. They don't actually have the money, it turns out. It's being recorded. So I don't know who's going to pay for that, but that would be a great data set in terms of mapping all the trees in Scotland, and hopefully that's something other countries might do. It's never going to be done frequently, so it's never going to replace satellite data. So they will do all of Scotland, I suspect, but it will be over 15 years, and then maybe they'll start again. So you're only going to see each area every 15 years or so at best. That's not really frequent enough for any carbon project, for example.
And what's your predictions for the future then? In sort of 10, if we were having this meeting in 10 years' time, what would you, what things do you hope to be able to telling us? What technology might be available?
Well, I hope to be able to talk to us about innovative and interesting technology, and that basic land cover and carbon will just be done. There'll be standard products that people can hopefully just open and people can use, and I'll be able to talk about fancy things like tracking the health of trees, looking for areas that are doing well in terms of growth rates or not, or trying to target payments to particular people, that kind of thing, like pushing the technology and the basic stuff that we set up the company, Space Intelligence, just to get people using these basic data sets that are not difficult to produce. I hope those will just be being done. That may not be the case. It's also very possible we could have a step backwards in terms of satellite data. I think we're in a bit of a golden age right now. We have 2 spaceborne LiDARs. There's no continuing funding for those. So actually, we could be in a stage where we have a lot less useful data for forest carbon. There's a long lead time for satellites. I'm not sure the priorities for world leaders is always on producing good science data sets.
Okay. It's really useful to hear, because it's one of these, from the forest management side, it's an area that's been sort of rapidly developing, but then there's also quite a lot of noise and sort of tech being sort of sold, and you're not quite sure, hang on, what problem is that trying to fix? But it does sound like it's a really useful tool, or increasingly useful tool, and more data becomes available.
Sorry, can I have one quick follow-up? Can I ask a little bit about how you see increased use of drones integrating with any of this, and is that potentially able to solve some of the cost issues for small-scale projects?
Yeah, so drones are really interesting. I see them as a tool that kind of extends the type of data you can collect in the field. So rather than just measuring diameter of trees, you can fly little drones and get beautiful high resolution data for a few hectares or tens of hectares, as you say, quite cheaply. But the data get very expensive to analyze, especially if you do them over big areas. It's hard to stitch these little photos together and make something that you can analyze in the way you can a satellite data set. So I don't think drone data will change a lot of the products I'm talking about here, but I think they're great for small scale projects just for mapping what they have, and they are fantastic public communication tools. So again, in the context of selling carbon credits, particularly really small projects can often attract a very high carbon price if they're charismatic, and I think drone data can help with that. I would love these little cheap drones to be used to collect nice long time series of data over restoration projects. That would be a fantastic, rich data set for us to collect, but I don't know how to use that to really map carbon stock changes, because it's not really science quality data. I haven't squared that circle yet, but I think there is definitely potential there. I would also have a word of caution. They break all the time, they crash, they cause injuries. Actually dealing with drones day to day in some projects over the past few years in my university role has caused a lot of issues. They're maybe not a panacea.
It's in the UK forestry, there's been quite a step up of using drones just from a visual tool, just to go to fly it. But then there has been some playing around. I think there's been some use of LiDAR on drones, I think, but a lot of it is just to be able to fly these plantation crops and to be able to get on top and see. You can see tree health quite easily. You can see areas of if there's been wind blow damage. You can see that very quickly, but particularly as timber prices have shot up, the ability to sort of, if you're selling, we call it standing timber, to be able to show the buyer what they're going to buy, gets you quite a big increase of money, because people are much more confident in what they can see. Thank you very much, Ed. We're going to get cut off.
Yeah.
So I hooked you in.
You hooked me in. I was just totally taken by it. Yeah, and I mean,
you're required to be here. Don't lie. No, you're the facilitator.
You know, I chose.
Oh, okay, cool.
I said no, I want Mary. So
nice.
Because it's an interesting subject, as Francisco will know. So, we got Cecilia and Francisco.
Got him in. I'm Emily. Good hey, Cecilia. Yeah, good to see you again. Just checking, you can't hear the really loud fan in the background. David, you said earlier it's fine. Okay, amazing, beautiful.
Can't hear a thing. Yeah, let's put us, I too, I want to put on gallery view. If you want to put on gallery view, at least you can see everybody. Shauna, I don't know if you have a good internet connection, but if thanks for putting on your screen if you do have a good internet connection, because it's nice to see.
Yeah, I might have to drop it off because it is patchy, but let's see.
Okay, don't worry. Where are you from, Shauna?
I'm in Italy.
Oh, you're in Italy. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, we got Alex joining us too. Who's going to teach me how to play the drums? Yeah. Harold, are you also from New Forest? Or are you from somewhere else? Are you from WWF? You're on mute. Great, guys. Should we start? Mallory, do you want to? How would you like to start the session?
I can just get right into it. It will be a lot to cover in 30 minutes. So I'm gonna have to kind of race through it. So I'm happy to just go ahead and jump in.
Okay, we're not going to go through introductions like we did in the previous session, because I think a lot of people know each other anyway. But
yeah, unless you want to. What do you think?
Well, let's have a quick, literally, guys, a quick 5 minutes. Who am I and where am I from? Yeah. And why am I interested in this? Cecilia, you can kick off.
Oh my God. Hi everyone. I'm Cecilia. I'm with WWF US and I'm based in Washington. Well, this is a topic that is interesting for everyone, I think.
Thanks. Shauna?
Yes, Shauna from the Forest Link consultancy in tropical forestry. I'm very interested to learn something about this because I don't know anything about it.
Great. Harold?
Yes, I'm Harold Tunawe from WWF Uganda. I'm the market transformation manager. I like doing things differently. That's triggered by the word innovation in what she's going to present.
A man after my own heart. Paulina? Be great if you can.
Hi, I'm Paulina Alvarez. I'm from Chile, from Forestal Arauco, and I think this topic is going to be interesting. That's why I'm here.
Thanks, Paulina. Con?
Yes, I'm Con from WWF Vietnam. They call me the Bankable Project Manager. You get along with me, the one of project developer. This is Mr. Hill, Luk Nong Company, Luk Nong Rectum Processing Company. Nice to meet you. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks. Alex?
Jambo, David, and the team. I'm Alex. I'm in Uganda with Harold. I work with the New Forest Company. I'm responsible for the community and social aspects for NFC, which is why I'm leading our carbon pilot project specifically in NFC. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. And lastly, Francisco from Chile.
Yeah. Hello. I'm Francisco from CMPC company in Chile, and I'm just expecting to listen to Mallory for her presentation. Something new for me. Thank you.
We're on tenterhooks, Mallory. Over to you.
Awesome. I'll briefly introduce myself. So I'm Mallory. I'm working with the NGP team at WWF International. And then as kind of my side hustle within WWF, I'm on the Global A Team for Innovation. So it's just a group of us across the network who are interested in spreading innovation culture and new ways of working throughout the network. And I got involved with the design thinking team, knowing nothing about it, essentially, about the beginning of last year. And since then, I've been running trainings for the network for different teams, whether it's teams that have a project that they need help with, some sort of challenge, or just teaching people how to run these kinds of design thinking workshops. Because I think it's just a really cool way of getting more people in the network working differently. Because if we keep just doing the same that we've been doing this whole time, we're not going to have any more impact. We're not going to be able to do anything beyond our current capacity. And I think the challenge that faces all of us in conservation, we always need innovation. So that's kind of my motivation. And then I'll jump in Has anyone ever, it sounds like from your introductions that no one here is really familiar with design thinking already. Does anyone have any experience? I'm thinking no.
Something in our office, yes.
Yeah, I think WWF has a few people who are very active in the space. So
yes.
I'm glad it's reached you. But it doesn't matter at all. So as I said, last year I was completely new to all of this, so it's easy to pick up. What is design thinking? So it's this 6-step process, sometimes 7 if you count doing it all over again. But it's a 6-step process that's not meant to be start at step 1 and end at step 6 and you're done. So it's iterative, meaning that we go through all these steps, and every step of the way, you have to be prepared to fail and to realize that you've done it all wrong and you need to go back a step. You need to completely start over. It's not a linear process. So keep that in mind. It is a human-centered approach to problem solving. So the methodology is both a mindset and a process to generate bold and innovative ideas and tackle business or conservation challenges and problems. So human-centered, meaning you start with the person who is going to be using whatever this solution that you come up with is, whether it's the communities that you're working with, or like I said, we use this process for our internal teams and say, how can we work together better? And especially during COVID, it was, how do we work online together? Things like that. So that end user there would be the team that you're working on. It can be yourself. It's the overlap between the lenses of desirability. So what do people actually want? Viability, what is financially viable? And feasibility, what is technically and organizationally feasible? So what can we actually do? And then the last one is relevance. So what's relevant to our conservation work? What organizational issues need to be addressed? So any solution that you come up with through this process will overlap and basically check yes on all of those boxes. So kind of through the lens of project development, I thought that would be the most relevant for this group. How do you use design thinking to overcome challenges like so many of the challenges that we've heard from presenters today? Trying to develop projects, but you keep hitting roadblocks. And that's a lot of the purpose behind these study tours, is to kind of crowdsource solutions, right? So I think it makes perfect sense to be talking about design thinking in this context. It can help you better understand the human behind your next product, method, service, or project idea. And I think all of the projects that we've discussed so far clearly have a human element, right? We're not just talking about a group of species living somewhere. There's definitely those projects in conservation, but we have so much human and community elements to what we're doing in this space. It enables teams to come up with impactful solutions to real problems that are vetted by the people they intend to serve before they've ever been built. So the idea is we don't come up with one solution, say we've done it, there's the project, and now put it in motion, because you've missed so many opportunities to test it, to work directly with the people who are going to be using that project or solution. This process is designed so that when you feel like you've come to the end of it, you've done everything you need to do, you've tested everything, you've reassessed your own assumptions that you're coming into it with, and you've directly worked with the end user, the community, usually. So these are the steps again, and I'm gonna walk you through briefly some of these steps because we have a very limited time. So I'll try and get through most of them, but I do want to kind of briefly talk through them right now in case we don't get through everything. But the first one is empathy, and that's into depth into, because that's what when we're talking about that human element, that's when you really get that. So before you start coming up with solutions, you have to talk to the people who are going to be using those solutions. So you have this idea of a challenge you say, I want to develop a project for sustainable rattan in Vietnam. Well, then you need to go talk to the rattan growers, right? So we do things like empathy interviews, stakeholder mapping, and all of that informs us as you go into actually defining the problem, which normally people think of as the first step in coming up with solutions, right? To be or people honestly skip this usually because you think you know what your problem is, right? All of us are really embedded in the work that we do. Some of the project staff that I work with in WWF have been doing it for 20, 30 years, right? Some of you may have been doing it that long. So you really think you know the issue, but it's such a valuable step to actually sit down and define what your challenge is, because often it might be different than what you think. And you kind of take a step back and look at it through a different lens. And it can be really helpful because then the next step is ideation. So that's when you're actually coming up with lots and lots of solutions. So before you go into that coming up with solutions phase, you sit down and you think of, you frame it as a question that needs to be answered, which is another really useful exercise in understanding the challenges that you're already facing. So then ideation, I talked about coming up with lots and lots of solutions, and then prototyping. So prototyping is creating the smallest and cheapest possible version of a solution that can then be tested. So rather than saying, we've done it, we've designed this amazing project, give us $500,000 and we'll implement it right now. You'd rather test it before to know if it's actually going to work before you invest time, money, hiring staff, all of that. We don't often build that into our project development framework within WWF, which we're trying to change through the A-Team. But it's a really important step to be able to fail, because it's so much better to fail at a prototype, to realize that it's not going to work. Oh, there's a critical design flaw in this project that we've created. Much easier to fail if you're just prototyping it on a small scale than if you've already sunk in a lot of time, money, resources into it. So then testing that prototype, seeing if it works, and actually implementing from there. And then the whole process is meant to say, at any point, if it's not working, go back. If your prototype fails, go back to ideating. If you realize that you don't understand the challenge at all, or you haven't framed it correctly from the beginning, go back, do some empathy interviews, understand the people who are using it, or redefine your problem. So it's meant to just be this iterative process and not linear. So the first step is empathize, which I think it's kind of the one I wanted to focus on for this group, because it's really crucial for understanding the challenges that we have, because you need to understand the people who are central to those challenges, right? So we all sort of know what empathy is, right? The ability to understand and share the feelings of another person. But then empathy in design thinking is a deeper understanding of the problems and realities of the people for whom you're designing. So first, identifying who are the people that you're designing for. Is it your team? Is it a customer? Is it communities that you're working with? Anything like that, understanding them, and then getting to a deeper level to understand that challenge and where they're coming from. So the empathy mindset, abandoning our ego. I think, especially from a large conservation organization, we can say, oh, I know my issues. I know what we're doing. I've worked with these guys before. I know it all. Kind of have to take a step back and abandon that and say, okay, I still have things to learn, right? Being a good listener, it kind of goes right along with that, like knowing that you do have things to learn and that you should listen to these people that you're designing for. Being aware of our own biases, that's a big one, and it can be hard to get rid of those biases, but there's lots of tools, and specifically in design thinking, that help us do that. Caring about other people, that's what empathy is, right? And being curious, asking more and more questions beyond, and digging deeper. So empathy is not simply walking in another's shoes. First, you have to remove your own. So you kind of take off that project manager hat or whatever hat you're wearing and say, okay, let me listen to and understand where this person is coming from. So the one I wanted to focus on, the one tool for empathy I wanted to focus on is empathy mapping. I'll quickly mention that one of the ones we use most often that isn't as easy to practice in this setting, so I didn't choose it, but it's empathy interviews. So when we first created the global innovation team for WWF, we did empathy interviews with people across the network in different offices to understand what the barriers to building innovation culture are across the network. And we all learned so much. I assumed that no one really cared about innovation. I thought people would just say, oh, we're already doing the best we can. But people were so interested, really believed in the cause. So it changed my perspective completely. So it's something really simple to do. It's as easy as just going and interviewing someone and trying to understand their point of view. So then I'll talk about empathy mapping. So sometimes not everyone has the chance to talk to every user in a project. It would be really hard for you to go out and interview every single community member, right? So empathy maps help synthesize your team's collective knowledge about your users as a group, bringing you closer to a common understanding of who they are. So this is something really simple you can do with your teams to get all of your collective knowledge together to understand the group of people that you're designing for. So this is an empathy map. You take the user in the middle, kind of describe who they are, and say what they're saying, what they're thinking, what they're doing, and what they're feeling. And it can sound really simplistic. And I think it's one of those things where you look at it and you say, I think I already know these people really well. This seems like a redundant exercise, but actually you synthesize a lot of information doing this. If you're doing a community member that you're designing a project for, what are they saying? If they talk about, oh, I'm struggling, I'm just thinking of the Rattan presentation that we were just in, so you said as an example. Maybe the community member is saying, it's really difficult for me to commit to growing rattan for 5 years without harvesting when I know these things. They're thinking about the finances of that. They're thinking about, oh, I know that there's another crop that I can harvest within a year and get way more income. How do they feel? Probably stressed about that. And what are they doing? They're reaching out to you for help. They're asking questions. They're contacting their bank, things like that. So it can seem like really simple information, but when you put it out in front of it, you start to see patterns. I mean, I just gave a lot of financial examples. So maybe if it doesn't all have to focus on that one issue, but maybe through that you start seeing, oh, financial issues are a really big, what's the word, like sticking point for these people. They're really worried about finances and that's their biggest issue. It's not that they don't care about the conservation. It's not that they don't think this is a good idea. It's that they can't afford to leave rattan for 5 years, right? So then that's a really easy way to start to understand where these people are coming from, and that maybe the challenge that we need to define is how do we make it financially viable for these growers? And then further down the line, we need to come up with solutions that make that financially viable, right? So then, as an example, I wanted to get you guys involved. If everyone knows how to annotate, at the top corner of the screen under view options, it should give you the option to annotate. And you'll click on the text option. And we're gonna fill out a short empathy map for someone that I'm hoping you all know well enough. I didn't want to go into something, I wanted to pick someone that you would all know to give you an example of the exercise. But please let me know if anyone's having trouble, but we're gonna do an empathy map for Santa Claus. So what's Santa Claus doing? What does he say? What are common phrases that you would hear Santa Claus saying? Feel free to write directly on the screen through the annotate tool. Or you could drop it in the chat if that's easier for you. Either way, let me pull up the chat so I can see it. How does he feel? How do you think he feels? Is he stressed because he has to go to a lot of houses in one night? He does say ho ho ho, known quote. Yeah, okay, so what do you understand from what he's saying? The man is passionate about Christmas, right? That's what you're getting from what he's vocalizing. What does he think about? What do you think keeps Santa Claus up at night? What are his stress points? And then what does he do? So what are the things that he's actively doing? What are the things that take up his time during the day? And how is he feeling? Does that kind of scheduling, does that make him anxious? Or is he really excited because he feels the Christmas spirit from children? Let's see, what if I forget a kid? Yeah. Too many presents and too many chimneys to climb down, probably. And he's probably a little worried about how many cookies he's eating, right? That can be stressful for everyone if you're not feeling your fittest. I wish I could be as motivated at my first Christmas. Yes. So we're covering a little bit of what he's doing too. He's climbing down chimneys, going to all the kids. What about his feelings? I'm going to see some people put down some feelings because that's a really big one. Stress about the weeks leading up to the big day for sure. Yeah. Happy with the job well done. Hard to read them and I can't read. Overlapping. Definitely. So then if you start to kind of group these learnings, you can see, okay, maybe one of his challenges is stress management. He's worried about forgetting kids. He's worried about motivation. So many presents, so many chimneys. He feels good when the job is done, but you know, how might we design some stress management for Santa in the weeks leading up to that? I think that could be a really good thing for Santa Claus in his well-being mentally. So this is kind of a ridiculous example, but I hope that you guys can see the value in what that could do in project development, especially as we've seen so many examples of projects that are either in early stages or quite developed, but are still experiencing challenges, right? This is something that you don't need to do at the beginning. You know, when it's a brand new community that you're working with, you say, okay, let's empathy map, let's do empathy interviews to really understand them. There's so much value in going through this with people that you already work with. And especially if you have a big team that's been working on this for a while, these empathy maps can synthesize all of that knowledge that you collectively have and give you really new insights into the work that you're already doing. And I think that kind of goes into what I was saying about how business as usual isn't really, in a sense, it's not working. We have a lot of success, we're doing great things, but we all want to have a greater impact in the work that we're doing. We all care about protecting forests, all of that. I think it's worth it to look at all of these innovative solutions and techniques and take them to the projects that we're already doing and say, how can we do them better? And this is one of those ways, is really understanding the people that you work with, excuse me. Okay, let me clear the annotation, sorry, hang on, clear. Okay, so I'll really quickly run through, we've just got a few minutes left. There we go. So define, so this is the other one that I talked about. It's kind of one that we might not think to do because we think we really understand the challenges that we work with already, but define is defining the concrete challenge that you want to tackle in its scope, and then defining a guiding question for the rest of your process. So this is an example from WWF Greece. So they came up with a problem statement and said, children do not want to follow a sustainable diet. We aim to reach them via local teachers who want to provide high quality education and care about the planet, but they're also very stretched and busy. So this is the food team at WWF Greece. Like I said, they want to talk about sustainable diets to children, and they've figured that one way to reach them is through local teachers. So through this, they've identified the user, so that end user I've been talking about is local teachers, and the need they have is providing high quality education, care about the planet. And then an insight about them is that they're stretched and busy. So that's kind of a sticking point for them, is they don't have all this time to work with coming up with new solutions, working directly with WWF. They need something easy and quick. So something we use for this is how might we questions. And it's a question that starts with the phrase, how might we? Because by framing it that way, you start to think, okay, I can think of some solution. Here's something we could do. It's framing a challenge in a way that it gets you, what's the word I'm looking for? It wants you to create solutions. So it frames the ideation process. It's not too broad and not too narrow. It doesn't automatically suggest one solution. It leaves it open-ended, but it also doesn't allow too many solutions. So we don't say, how might we solve climate change? Because, whoa, there's so many ways you can go with that. You're just not going to have a productive conversation. You narrow it down to something really identifiable, and it comes up with lots of solutions, but you can really focus down on that challenge. So you say, how might we action verb, do something for a user with a specific need, given that they have this insight, this thing that's really limiting them. So then WWF Greece turned that around and said, how might we empower local teachers so that they can provide high quality education on the topic of sustainable diets to pupils who then create awareness with their parents. So you see, it's specific, but you could also think of hundreds of ways to do that, right? So it doesn't narrow it down and say, this is here's one very specific solution, but it's also something that it seems like a really, like you could tackle that challenge, right? So then we take that how might we question and we move into the actual ideation stage. And I don't think we'll have time to get through everything, but I'll rush through. So ideation is exactly what you think of in brainstorming. So it's not about coming up with a perfect idea by the end of it. It's about coming up with lots of ideas, collaborating, and being open to crazy solutions. So it's really the creative aspect of this. And it's really important. We have a chemical feedback loop in our brain where we want to come up with solutions quickly. So when our brain says, I have a challenge, I've thought of a solution, we get a chemical release that says, yes, good job, amazing, I feel great, I've solved it and it's done. So it's getting rid of that block and saying, okay, I need to sit here, work with my team. I think I've come up with a solution, but then I need to think of so many more, and I need to bounce off of other people's ideas and come up with lots and lots of solutions. So it's working outwards. That's the focus of this before you work inwards, which I think, yes, that's the next slide. So it's divergent thinking and convergent thinking. So the first one, divergent thinking, is what I'm talking about, lots and lots of solutions and staying in that phase and not filtering, not saying, oh, I think that idea is not going to work, I can already tell. Getting rid of any judgment on your ideas or someone else's ideas and ending up with lots and lots of solutions. Some of them are definitely bad solutions, and that's totally fine because they can spark another idea that's actually good in other people or yourself. And so having that time to diverge and then going into converge and picking out and saying, okay, these are actual good solutions, and oh, this one's really good, and here's another aspect of it that I think could work. Oh, sorry, I think someone's knocking on our door.
Mallory, we have a couple of minutes.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so then I'll just cover these rules really quickly and then I'll be done. So these are things to keep in mind in the ideation stage, but it's also just a really helpful thing to keep in mind if you're ever trying to think creatively. So quantity over quality, which we don't often hear. We want to go for quality over quantity usually, right? It's kind of, it feels wrong, but lots and lots of solutions, even the bad ones, they can spark really good ones in the end. And that's the only way you're going to come up with innovative ones, is to come up with lots and lots of them and then pick out the really good ones, right? Making space for everyone. So having a creative space can be really vulnerable for people. So you need to create a space where people feel comfortable to express crazy new ideas. You know, sometimes if you're in a room with the CEO and your boss, you don't necessarily want to shout out this idea that is absolutely way different than anything we've ever done. So you can kind of strategically create those spaces where people feel comfortable to put out new ideas and to share and to collaborate. And one of those ways you do it is withholding criticism. So making sure that someone doesn't put out a crazy idea and then someone immediately says, no, that doesn't work. So avoiding criticism so that people feel comfortable like that, building on the ideas of others, saying, oh, yes, that's a good idea, and here's another aspect. And then welcoming crazy ideas, always. So we're gonna do this activity, but we don't have time. Skip through that. So then really quickly, prototyping, like I said, is just creating small versions of the solution that you come up with. At the end of ideation, you say, I think this is a winner. So you come up with a small version so it can be tested. And storyboarding is a way. So a lot of them are project ideas, right? It's not a physical product. If you come up with a new project idea, storyboard it, write it out and see how that project would go, and then take that to community members and things like that. That's a way that you can kind of test them on a small scale before saying, here it is, here's my big project idea. I think that's pretty much it, actually, right in time.
Just to interrupt you before we go, that was brilliant, that really was. I wonder how we can get this presentation because it's really interesting. And I don't know about the rest of you. It'd be lovely to spend some time looking at it ourselves. Can you maybe?
You guys have it. Yeah, the NGP team has it. And I have a
imagine,
lot more
David,
resources.
that we will share the presentations. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Well, thanks for a lovely session, Valerie. Sorry we cut you short there, but
no worries.
Harold, who are left here, and myself and Elena really enjoyed it. So thanks for the effort that you put into it, and
Thank
well
you so
done.
much.
Yeah,
no problem.
It was beautiful.
Okay, David, are you here? So we are at the end of day 2. Again, 15 minutes later, but that is something that happens when we go into the field, I guess. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Thank you so much to our inspirational speakers. I hope that you have enjoyed very much those pearls of inspiration. I'm going to share with you the agenda very quickly for tomorrow. How
are you finding that? Say thanks, everybody. And sorry, we can't blame the delay of 15 minutes like yesterday, where we had that enforced COVID stop in Johannesburg and the immigration in Chile wouldn't let us in. This is just because everybody was so enthusiastic, they just carried on chatting, which was brilliant. So thanks for that.
Yeah. So now we are almost finishing our journey, but we still have our last day to go. We will be stepping into the 2 left landscape. That's it, Brazil and Chile. Today we'll be in South America. And in the end, we will be sharing the souvenirs, those learnings that we all will take home. And it will be a quite inspiring session, I guess. And that will be day 3. We will be saying goodbye too, which is always sad, but it's necessary. And it won't be a goodbye. It won't be an hasta la vista. And that's it. Tomorrow, same time, at the same place.
Same time, same place. See you then. And you have a good evening.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Tạm biệt mọi người. Tạm biệt mọi người. Chào. Oh, you know Vietnamese.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Okay.
Special thank you for the speakers of the day. Very good, very good speakers, very good talks, very good contributions.
Hello, and very welcome again to this 3rd and last day of trip. This is the day for the last explorations and the day for the departure, the day to get prepared for the departure. Hello, David. And we are still your field guys. Hello.
Hi there, everybody. Good to be with you again. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a little bit jet lagged today. I mean, think about it. We went across the world and back again on day 1, and day 2, we kind of went across the world once, and now we've actually got a much more sedate day. We just staying in South America, so it's a lot more relaxed.
Yes, let me share with you the agenda that we have for today. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, so here you've got it. As David said, we've been through all these, day 1, day 2. I'm not going to explain it further. But for today, we are in day 3, our last day. And as I said before, the day to do the last explorations and also the day to get prepared for departure. And we will step into the 2 left landscapes. In this case, as David explained before, we are staying all the time in South America. We will be visiting our project developers in the south of Bahia in Brazil and in the Maule region in Chile. In this stepping into the landscapes part 2 session, the idea, as you may remember from yesterday, is that we are challenging all participants to help project developers to overcome the challenges that they are facing. After that, we will go to the sharing souvenirs session, where we will be sharing the learnings, the things that we are taking home, the things that we have learned through these 3 days. And after that, I did not draw it in the agenda because I was already feeling sad, but we will get prepared for departure. That's it. I'm already a little bit emotional, I have to say, when I think about leaving you all and flying back home. But let's get started because we still have some important adventures to go through. I'm gonna stop sharing this.
Don't worry, Elena, it'll still be a really nice day. So just remember, we've got, we had some problems en route. Remember, we got stuck in Chile because the immigration people delayed us when we had to make an emergency stopover in Johannesburg. And because of the COVID there, we were delayed in Chile, but we're back in Chile now. So that'll be quite enjoyable. No immigration problems there. And then we're going to fly all the way up to Brazil, and we're going to see the case study there today, and we're going to learn a little bit more because yesterday we were delayed by these massive rainstorms up there. So Marcio is going to be joining us with a much more stronger internet connection, and I think it should be quite fun. So Elena, even though you might be feeling a little sad, I'm quite excited to hear what we'll have some more discussion about the challenges from Chile and from Brazil, and to hear some of the solutions. So I'm keen. And I know Eduardo is. I mean, Eduardo, this is one of his projects as well, together with Francisco down in Chile, and he's can't wait to find some solutions from some of our participants. I can see him smiling there, so he's really keen. So we're all excited and ready to go.
And I see that some people have joined the hats new fashion. We have Mr. Hugh, we have Candice. I think we had Marcio too. I can't see him. Can you put on your hat? Yeah, he has a lovely hat. So yes, let's get started and continue enjoying the visits in the field. We are going to step into the two landscapes, into Maule and into the south of Bahia. And if you remembered from yesterday, this is where we don't want you to be a tourist behind your camera. We want you to get involved with these project developers. Francisco from Chile and Marcio from Brazil, they are going to present the challenges, the main challenges that they are facing as project developers. And then we will, our magician, Manuela, who is not wearing her magician hat, will send us to two different rooms, one for Chile and one for Brazil. You will be able to move freely from one room to the other. And the idea, the challenge is for you to share your experience, your knowledge with the project developers, and to have very enriching conversations with them. So let's get started with Francisco and Marcio presenting the challenges in plenary. Let's get started with Chile in first place.
Can you see my screen at the moment?
Yes, we can see your screen, Francis.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
During day one, I had the chance to present what is our project, the Fondo Maule, prepared by NGPTA, Arauco, CMPC, and the Forest Dialogue. And today, well, the idea is to present some challenges in order to see if you could help us. Actually, we have many challenges, but we selected just 3 of them. We have seen more or less what the development of day 2 was. So finally, for example, in the groups where I was, only one question was really avoided or worked. So we didn't present many, although we are just starting, so we need a lot of help. So let's start by checking, for the people that were not here, what kind of challenges we are facing and what kind of project we are in. Again, we are in the central part of Chile, where we had a very big fire during 2017, burning more than 580,000 hectares of forest and agricultural land. And in the place where we are, which is the county of Empedrado, with 56,000 hectares, 80% of the land and what was above the land was burned. So we have to recover everything, and that means we have to recover the ecosystems, we have to recover the social system, we have to recover the economy of the place. So what the goals that we have with this project is to support the communities and landscape to become more resilient in a rapidly changing climate and society. Well, we have seen that everything was burned, so we need to recover something that will withstand the fire in the future and this climate change that we are facing already. Diversify landscape and encourage sustainable land use. Probably we will need to change what was in the land if we don't want to repeat the same experience again. Then prepare, prevent, and mitigate against wildfire. We already started doing that with a lot of prevention committees already working there, and diversify and strengthen the rural economy, more or less what I said at the beginning. Then what is our inspirational target is to get 6 million euros and spend them in the next 5 years. Well, we can see that we have a sort of origination facility with 1 million euro to start everything, and then to continue 5 million euros. And what are the physical target is to have 2,000 hectares of restored natural forest. And then we have 1,500 hectares of sustainable agriculture and forestry. So we have a quite important target with native forests to be restored. And we also would like to start a project that are productive. So in agriculture and plantations maybe, yeah. And also we have a challenge in sequestering quite a big amount of carbon and being part of the ecosystemic services of what we are doing. So now going in the challenges that we have, and we are going to invite you to help us to see how we can do them, is the following. The challenge number one is related to governance. How can we do the governance of the fund that we are going to start? So here, if you come to our project and try to help us, we would talk about what kind of governance model we required and how to implement it in order to get a successful result and be able to do the restoration. So we are going to be talking about the board, how to select the project, which is going to be the work of everyone in this governance. So that's challenge number one. Then we have challenge number two, how to be able to be sure that everyone will be participating and taking decision, apporting or giving their support to what we are doing. How to guarantee the effective participation of small owners, landowners, and if you have a methodology to do that. And then we have our challenge number three, that is something related with indicators and the prioritization criteria in order to select the project that we are going to start. What indicator of improvement in quality of life have you considered? Something that in some groups we saw yesterday. How do you approach restoration monitoring in such long-term cycles? Here in Chile, normally we are quite far away from the rattan situation. Yesterday they were talking about 5 years rotation. Here we are talking about probably in the case of natural forest in hundreds of years, and in plantations probably from 10 to 20 years. So the timing is quite different. How are you going to measure the success of what you are starting? Finally, how to achieve less bureaucracy and more local investment when you're getting fund. Some of the fund that we think we are going to get are coming from philanthropic sources. Some other are coming from the government. But how to be sure that these funds are going to go straight to the small owners that will need them and not be stuck in the middle. So those are the challenges that we have, and it's our invitation to you to be part of the solution. So please join our group and give your wisdom in what we need to develop. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you, Francisco, for your presentation. And now let's move to the south of Bahia, to Brazil. Marcia, are you ready? Why did you take off your hat? Well, you are free to put it on or not.
Okay, but thank you, Elena, for the introduction. And I'm going to be sharing here my screen now in order to present the challenges for FOSBE. What's happening here? Oh, having problems. Well, no, okay. Now, can everybody see a full screen?
Yes.
Not yet, Marcia. We are seeing your screen on PowerPoint, not in the presentation mode.
Okay. Okay, now.
Now, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then. So yesterday we had some nice presentations from Carcaju, which is indigenous leader. We had also from Michele, which is a manager at the pulp mill company, and also Fabio, which is the public prosecutor. And making a summary of what they said about the challenges, and also a little bit what I figure out. Let's start with number one challenge, which is make the institutions work together, aiming the same goal. Or else, okay, we're talking about, we're having a fund. FOSBE is a fund. And we have this multi-stakeholder platform. So we need that all the institutions work together. Pulp mill companies, together with NGOs, together with the university, and also governmental agencies. That's not an easy thing to do. Okay, so it's nice to have help and input from everybody, all the present people here, to help us to figure out the best way that we can do that. We're working that, but it's not easy. It's a nice challenge that we have. Also, another challenge, the involvement of the traditional communities in the decision-making process and project elaboration. Yesterday, we had Carcaju, an indigenous here, and he's not an Indian that lives inside the forest and only lives out of farming. You know, he's doing his master's. He don't want to be only, you know, beneficiated by the projects. He want to work, you know, in the projects, you know, make part of the process decision and the elaboration of the project, because he has capacity for that. So, okay, we put him, he's inside the forest dialogue, the Forum Forest Dialogue that we have in the south of Bahia. There is a committee, you know, FOSBE Support Committee, and he's a member of this FOSBE Support Committee. And so, you know, kind of, we're trying to involve, but we need to involve more. We need to involve family agriculture. We need to involve small landowners and also big landowners. So, you know, we need to get them more involved, these traditional community, fishing communities. And most of them, sometimes they're afraid because what we talk and, you know, they're afraid, but what they have to say, it's really important. And we need also to get much more their involvement every time more. We also have a challenge because of, like Fabio talked about yesterday, about the environmental Brazilian legislation. The Brazilian environmental legislation, one of the most complex in the world. It's really a complex legislation, and we need to figure out how we can manage our restoration, conservation projects to fit in and get the governmental support. So that would be a challenge. Of course, you got to know a little bit about the Brazilian legislation, but just for a glimpse, each rural property, at least they need to have 30% of it with preservation areas, 20% with legal reserves, and 10% along riverbanks. So that will make like 30% of the total area of rural area. That's a lot, and not all of the properties have that. So we need to convince, we need to follow, we need the governmental support, we need landowner support. So it's a challenge that we have. And also we need, okay, we'll select projects. Projects will be financed by FASB. You know, for them to have a regional impact, our area is 33,000 square kilometers. So it's a big area. And we need them to interact with each other so they can have a regional significance. So we need to see how projects, you know, what are the relationship between the projects that FASB will support. This is a challenge also whenever choosing them and how we're going to do this. And we need, regarding that, also we need this regional positive impact. You know, we don't like, you know, it's not good to have a negative impact. Like, okay, we're not going to select all the presented projects, but the ones that were not selected, you know, the project developers, they can't, you know, be upset with FASB. You know, they need to have, you know, to understand, and also projects, they need to be sustainable. How to make projects sustainable, or else so we can have this positive impact. And also FASB, you know, the final objective of FASB is to leave a legacy. How can, okay, FASB gives this regional development, how it will leave something like sustainable projects, and also this strengthening this multi-stakeholder platform, which is the Forest Dialogue, Regional Forest Dialogue, strengthening this platform, this multi-stakeholder platform, that after FASB, they can reach other investors to finance their project. They won't be needing this partnership with NGP anymore. They can do it themselves. So, and also other projects, because the nice of FASB is trying to bring regional ideas and building them, making them, transforming them into projects. It's not an easy task. We need to make them, you know, teach local community how to construct, how to build a nice project where investors will be attracted to. So, Elena, I guess this is what I have from challenges. It's a lot of challenges and we need a lot of help. Hopefully everyone will visit our room. We'll be waiting.
Yeah, so let's go for it. I can see that still there is some interesting conversations that still are happening in the chat. So let's go for these 2 rooms, Manuela. As I said before, you can move from one room to the other, only clicking on the breakout room button. And if you have any problem, Manuela can help you. So you can return to the main room.
And just to remind the 2 facilitators to record the session.
Thank you, David.
2 facilitators record the session, so we've got that captured. Thanks.
Okay, so let's go for it. Where is our magician? Are you ready, Manuela?
Opening all rooms right now.
Okay. Let's step into the landscapes. So welcome back. I hope you had very interesting conversations in your rooms and that now our project developers are more strong to address the challenges that they are facing. Now it is the moment to get sad because it is the time that we need to prepare for departure. But before that, David, what are you bringing home as a souvenir?
I've learned a lot. I've been to this marketplace. I've been around the world. I think it's 5 times in 3 days. I've learned these incredible pearls of wisdom and these learnings that I'm going to bring back to South Africa. So I'm seeing those learnings as souvenirs. You know, each country, I've been to Ghana, I've been to Uganda, I've been to Brazil, I've been to Chile, and I've been to Vietnam, and I've got a whole bunch of souvenirs that I want to share with my colleagues when I get back at home. And I'm going to share you one of those souvenirs that I'm going to bring back. And this is my basket. It's a rattan basket. It's a beautiful rattan basket that was made in Vietnam. And one of the community members that Hugh works for gave it to me. And the reason why this is my souvenir that I want to bring back is we weave a lot of baskets similar to this, but made out of grasses predominantly in South Africa. And a lot of these traditional handicrafts that Africans make in South Africa. But we haven't been able to develop a value chain like Hugh has in Vietnam, where we actually link up with companies and with retailers at an international local level. So there's a market for these kind of products. So what I've learned through Hugh's example from the Luc Dong Rattan Company is brilliant. So I want to take that experience, and this is my souvenir, and share it with my colleagues back home in South Africa to say, well, can't we do something similar and adapt it for a South African purpose? So yeah, that's my souvenir. And you, Elena, did you have any souvenirs that you brought back?
Let me show you one thing.
Only one?
It's heavy. It is heavy. Well, I am taking home this toolkit. Well, let me show you what's in it. I don't know the name for these different things, but I have many different things. You see,
you got tools.
Right now in the chat the name for it, and I will learn some new words. This. I've got many things in my toolkit. This toothbrush. I know the word for this. This. I don't know what. This is to fix wires, I think. And yeah, this is the toolkit that I got from Mallory's session yesterday. She was giving us a lot of tools from design thinking to design projects. So when I'm going to get home, I will projects and products. I will start designing using all those learning to design projects, products, whatever. So yeah, thanks, Mallory. Because, well, I hope I won't have to pay extra price for this package because it's heavy. Yeah,
it's a treasure trove of tools.
Yeah, and I can't close it now. But yeah,
full toolbox.
Okay.
Well, now's the opportunity for us to see what other souvenirs that you all have gathered over the last 3 days. Yes. Starting off with the project developers. Hey, what do you think, Elena?
Yeah. Yes. The idea exactly of this session is about sharing the souvenirs. The souvenirs are your learnings, the takeaway things that you will take home from this field trip around the world. So we will invite you all to share your learnings, but before that, because you maybe at this moment think, what have I learned? That's why I am going to give you 2 minutes to think about what have you learned during these 2 days. Okay, I don't know if it were 2 minutes, but I think it was time enough just to reflect a little bit about those learnings. Let's switch to gallery view. I think it's the best option to run this session. Yes, so let's get started maybe with the project developers. Andrew from Ghana, but Scotland. Can you share with us what did you learn during this virtual tour around the globe?
Okay, hi everyone. I've got just a slide to share, if that's okay, just to summarize what I heard and
Well, I
what
forgot to say that you need to be brief, but yes, you can
okay.
share the
No,
slide as long as you are brief.
Yeah. So I asked, we had a conversation around two things, which was around fire management and measuring impact. So the three things I heard about fire management were from Francisco. We're talking about education is really important, that we educate and that make sure in the schools as well as with local farmers. And Mustafa reminded us that in Ghana that fire management is a tradition and has been used for a long time, and about working from local communities and to build alliances around fire management. Don't try and do it all yourself. And then the key one around managing fire is to managing the fuel load as well. So reducing the fuel load, perhaps sort of thinning out areas by using livestock or planting buffer crops, and then managing open ground to control the spread of fire. So then the other one was around measuring impact, which we've been talking about in our last session just now with Marcio as well, and making sure we keep it simple and don't overcomplicate. But we heard particularly about making sure we're actually measuring stuff that's important. So we can measure the number of people who've been trained, but then you need to also think about the outcome of that training and then making it meaningful for our stakeholders as well. And that don't try and reinvent the wheel. So there's quite a lot of existing tools and research out there. So Cecilia shared with us some examples from WWF, and Shauna shared the Forest Link, again about what gets measured and gets managed, that old one. And then finally, Anton shared a really good example, which links the two things together between fire and impact, which was if you get fire management right and reduce fire, then that's often a really good indicator that your community engagement is working really well. So thanks very much for all the people. It was really good ideas and really good sharing of experience.
Beautiful souvenirs, Andrew. Thanks for sharing. Let's move to another project developer, Mr. Hugh, for example. You are muted.
Mr. Hill, you're muted. Okay.
Okay, this is my souvenir. You see Richardson K?
What is that?
And in here
Okay.
in my souvenir presentation. So I hope one day when you come to Vietnam, or you can buy this maybe from US, because my Rastan on mod is used for making the product to export. So maybe you can see here in Europe and UK, I think so. So in this here, I prepare my souvenir presentation. So I can, let me share my screen so can every people can hear. So I divide to by challenge, and every challenge I got a lesson from many people. So thank you very much for your advice. For my first challenge, I get a very good. I think sorry, it's the first here. I had a good link in bar document. So I download it already. So in here, it has many lessons about how to plant Russian and bamboo. So he advised me to come to Indonesia for study the good model of planting Russian, because Indonesia is the biggest country. They had the most Russian. And I hear that. I hear Indonesia Russian is very good, and they manage the Russian very well. So I hope one day I can come to there. I have a friend in there. So for the second, how to encourage continue carrying the Russian year for 4 years. So thank you so much, Miss Susan. She said that we should to connect the farmer to my company as a part of my company. So when they feeling they are part of my company, so they will happy to share, very happy to do anything with us. And that's in my lesson for the challenge 3 also. When they feel at a part my company, it should be on the detailed contact with the win-win model. So if they feel the benefit, they feel the win in there, and they feel as a part of my company and a part of my project. So I think it's more easy for them to comply with existing contract. For this, I had some question by myself also. For the first challenge, I tried to select a good seedling from the local mountain, and then I will plant in the same place. And for my lesson at lab project, how to keep the farmer carrying the lesson more. So it should follow them at least the first 3 years. After big plan, it is the first step. How can to measure the ration tree grow up well? So it must to follow them for at least the first 3 years and 2 times a year to take care of more the tree. But it should have a finance for that. I mean, we should pay for the local farmer a little labor, a little money, even a little, but they feel that when they come to take care of the ration, but they had some income, so they will happy for doing that. So last year, I do that with the farmers, so they will very happy to do. For the more successful to finding additional grants. So thank you for a link. They suggest me about the USAID Green Investor project. So it is one refer, but really I intend to submit my project to US Biodiversity and Forest Management project in Vietnam now. I'm very lucky today I see Mr. Theodore. He just joined with our study tour today only because he busy. He have problem with the last 2 days. So welcome Mr. Theodore here because he had a project. He had a project in next year, and I think it is like a good chance for me to submit to him. And he is also the manager of lab project, so he understands very well our investment, our doing, our skill, and I think it is a good chance for me to find the additional grant for this project. So in the final, how can I improve the business management system? So I had a good expert, so we should hire a good accountant expert. I also myself, I'm an automation engineer, but I had to train by myself. I had to learn about the MBA or something like that. But also I had to hire a good accountant and expert to help me. So really last 2-3 days, I'm very happy to have the first chance to meet many experts, many good people here, many people think about environment, about the social, about the best livelihood for ethnic minority. A very good chance to share with you, but I learned a lot and very happy to be with you with study tour. Thank you so much, and hope if any person come here, I will very happy to give everyone one extra K. And again.
Thanks, Hugh. That was fantastic. You seem to have a treasure trove of pearls of wisdom in your souvenir box. So I'm glad that helped. Let's move on to the last 3 project developers. Let's have 2 minutes maximum for each project developer because we want to open it up to the rest of the participants as well. So Marcio, can we start with you? Just have 2 minutes maximum, and then just to give a bit of warning to who we're going to do next. And after that, we'll do Francisco from Chile. So if you can kind of go in that order, over to you, Marcio.
Okay, other than what I have my souvenir, other than the hat, right? Because I figure out it's really nice, and according to other colleagues using hat, I am also, gonna start using my hat. Other than that, we had a really nice chat in our room, and it was really nice to know that I had feedback in order to figure out, if I really have all my stakeholders, all my stakeholders involved in the project. And for that, it would be nice to have a good communication plan. And also, and to have all the information pretty well documented in order to analyze the projects and see their involvement, analyzing their KPIs individually and also as a group, and having our well-defined targets. And but I guess the most important lesson that I saw in this study tour is, it goes back to what was said in the 16th century in a poem by John Donne, that no man is an island. And no man is an island to himself. We are all part of the continent. If we can set an example in Brazil, I figure out that this will be an example for the rest of the world, because we're all in the same planet. We all breathe the same atmosphere. So that's what is the main lesson that I got from this study too, that we are all together and that we have the same challenges and that we can serve as example, not only for our country, but for other countries. Thank you, David and Lena.
Lovely, well done. That was a really nice couple of pulls there. A really good last one too, Marcio. Right, moving across to Chile and the Maoli landscape. Francisco, would you like to give us your souvenirs in 2 minutes maximum?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Marcio, for your words, because it's one of the lessons that we have got from this virtual tour around the globe. It's good to see that we are not alone and we have some other project going around facing the same issues that we are facing, and probably more advanced. So it's good to know that we have some other people to connect in order to provide advices and learnings how to go ahead with our project. So that's the first one. Then from the discussion that we had is that probably we'll have to work a little bit more, or a lot more, in how we are going to be presenting our project in order to get funders to find that we are something interesting to be in. So that's something that we have to work in, of course, how to present things. Ecosystemic services market is something that we have to study in order to know where to find money for what we're going to get in our projects. Also, we have got very good advices in relation to governance from the other project, and even from David's experience with water in South Africa. That was very stimulating. And also, one of the questions that we were able to discuss was the participation of small owners, and we have got very good ideas in order to work in associations with them and have common plans, etc. So we have got some very good ideas, and it's good to, again, to know that we are not alone. We are part of this community where we can find help. So thank you very much to everyone.
And thanks, Francisco. That was really succinct. Thanks very much. And now, last but not least, we're going across to Africa, to Uganda, to the New Forest Company. Candice and Alex, would you like to give your souvenirs that you came across? Candice, you're on mute. Are you still on mute?
It's very difficult to have Candice mute.
Am I unmuted now?
You unmuted.
Thank you. So these were my 3 key takeaways to our questions. The first one was, what is the pragmatic carbon certification standard for outgoers? And WWF Uganda Harold said, It's simple. Choose the one which is not a barrier to communities to participate in. So above all of the other noise, if they can't participate, it's pointless, the certification standard you've chosen. Then we asked another question around how do we focus on women and youth, and particularly on the youth topic. Michelle highlighted to us that our carbon project is a 30-year project. So at the end of the day, it's their heritage, and they're the ones who will determine if this is actually sustainable or not. So we need to use design thinking to make sure to attract them to participate in the project and anchor them in the project from the beginning. The last pearl of wisdom, which I'm taking with me, is from Susanna around monitoring and evaluation, that when you look at risks, don't do it annually, always at the same time. Consider risk seasonality. So do it at different times, because different things will be more topical or relevant for your project. So those were my key lessons. I've thoroughly enjoyed the last few days. I know Alex has had a bit of connectivity issues today. So Alex, are you there? Do you want to add anything?
He's not seen, Candice.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
tried to join, but he's having problems with his connection.
So, just to remind those of you who are learning a bit of Swahili with us, Jambo and Asante, and at the end of the day, Hakuna Matata.
Matata, Candice.
Thanks, Candice. That is brilliant. Yeah. Now I guess we should all put on video. I mean, on gallery screen, because now we're going to open it up to all of you. Hey, Elena, and here's some of your pearls of wisdom.
Yeah, thanks the project developers for sharing their souvenirs, but I guess that the rest of people, you are also taking souvenirs home. So it would be very nice if you share some of them with us. The floor is yours. This can work like, I love this style. It is called popcorn style. So imagine that you are a little grain of corn, and when you get hot, you pop and you talk. I hope this encourages you to talk. Come on, little corn grains.
Oh, I think Martin was waving his hands there because he wanted to say something. He's on mute too.
No, I was just popping. I'm happy to briefly say thanks everybody for letting me take part in this. It's been interesting. Learnings from this, although different solutions for different areas, I've taken away that there are still some good opportunities to centrally develop and make accessible tools which will make everybody's life easier. Ones which I'm keen to follow up on are some new approaches to forest management data, particularly linking to certification and audits, or also how to utilize waste better to actually turn that into another product. But as you might have picked up from the chat session, I think I'm still taking away a worry that we're not doing enough collectively to address the problems. You know, this is never going to work when sustainable land management isn't really economically viable because of broken systems. You know, it doesn't make sense that other companies are allowed to cause the environmental damage we're dealing with, and then they expect to get for nothing the goods and services we are having to pay in terms of the forest landscape management. They're getting those for free. Because of those externalities, they're making unwarranted profits, which some of them are offering to give back to some of these projects to make themselves either feel or look good. And unless collectively we can bring our community, the business community and civil society together to address some of those failings, you know, we're never really going to make this work. You know, we're going to have a few nice examples, but that just props up the broken system. So let's also include more on how we can work together to change the policies.
Martin, you really got hot and pop. Thank you. Let's come to another little grain of corn.
I'm looking at Shana because Shana actually made some really interesting comments in our session yesterday. So Shana, I'm going to put you in the spotlight and ask you, what is the one souvenir that you would like to take home and you would like to share with some of your colleagues?
Yeah, I chose two, and I'll be quick. I mean, everything was very rich, and I think one thing that I took away, first of all, thank you very much for a very excellent tour. It's very hard to keep this many people engaged online for so long, so congratulations to you. Otherwise, I found it very interesting that in 3 very different continents and very different projects, there is a lot of overlap in the challenges that everyone was facing, which made it very useful to, in the future, realize that I have this toolbox now of other colleagues who are struggling with the same challenges in other regions and who perhaps have new solutions to bring to the table. So we don't only have to look to our neighbors right next door for help, we can look all the way around the world. Another was the design thinking, and this was maybe more of a reminder I tend to kind of premeditate things a lot and plan everything out before getting started. And I think it was a real good reminder to just get going and learn as you go. And yeah, adapt and change and improve as you go along. So that was very useful for me.
Thanks, Shana. That was brilliant. And I'm going to pick on another person. So thanks for being so brave and responding without having much time to think. I'm going to choose another person who won't have much time to respond. What about you, Con? Con from Vietnam. What is your souvenir that you would like to kind of share, that you're taking home and want to share with your colleagues in Vietnam when you get back to the office?
Thank you very much, David, for letting me have a privilege to join this study tour. I think what I can bring home is about the diversity in thinking about the Bangkok project, and diversity in culture, and diversity in sharing the similar challenges. This thing implies that we are people. Though we are in different continents, we are different in country, culture, condition, but we are people. We share the same good idea on what we can do to the good protection of our environment, our conservation work, and also inspire the idea of, especially the Bangkok project, that attract private investor, those who are looking for toward the profit, but now they change their mindset to go at the same time to their profit, also contribute to conservation and environment protection. But above all, my souvenir is the photo of all of you here, our colleagues, our friends, old people, young people, but we share the same vision, we share the same ambition. Thank you very much, NCP, for having me the privilege and honor to join the study in the past 3 days. Thank you very much. Thank you, David.
Thanks, Con. Would anybody else like to say anything else before I pick on Annie and give her a couple of seconds to think before somebody else wants to respond? Anybody's going to be brave enough to pop?
I can pop.
You pop, Annie, go for it.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's been really inspiring. I'm really new to this, but it's been very inspiring to see all of these really ambitious projects out there, putting all of your efforts to combine environmental work for both the climate and biodiversity, and viable solutions for the local inhabitants, as well as keeping economic values. And it's also been nice to hear that there are more people out there who really realizes the importance in making these projects also economically at least a little bit profitable, to be able to attract the investors' money from all over the world, because I think that's going to be needed if we want to turn.
Thanks very much, Annie. That was really interesting. Yeah. Now, what about you, Alicia? I'm going to pick on you because you look like someone who's really taken some really fun souvenirs back. What do you think is the one thing that you want to share with all your colleagues when you get back to the office tomorrow, or you get back on Zoom tomorrow over these past 3 days? And then I'm going to pick on Brian afterwards, if Brian can start thinking.
Hi, David, but here I'm here since today. No he estado escuchando la conversación los días anteriores, pero me llevo siempre muy inspirada del trabajo que está haciendo NGP y, por supuesto, compartir las herramientas, la manera de pensar tan motivadora para mi trabajo. Así es que, thank you.
Gracias, Alicia. Well, Alicia was saying that she's not been with us the whole trip, but that she's been very inspired by the way NGP works and the project developers, and that she takes all those inspirations to her home. Thank you. Gracias.
I would like to mention. Like to mention that Alicia is part of the Chilean Forest Dialogue, and she works for ILO here in Chile.
Great. Well, lovely. Thanks very much for that, Alicia. And sorry to put you on the spot, but you did really well. And Brian always has some brilliant pearls of wisdom. So I'm sure his souvenir basket is overflowing. So Brian?
I apologize. I wasn't able to join you for this session until just now, but I have been delighted to have been part of these very rich discussions the previous 2 days. Just as intro, I work for a group called ACDI VOCA with headquarters in DC that has focused over the last 60 years on rural agricultural development. We're increasingly, if I have my way about it, we're moving into more of an environment to climate change space and practice areas. So this, I don't come away with a great deal of answers in terms of how to proceed, except to say that it's been a real joy to learn from folks who are doing it firsthand. What are the challenges in establishing productive plantations that at once work for the environment and people? How to scale these, I think, is a big question that's come up in my mind. How to balance competing land use needs, those that require us to satisfy demand for timber and but also food and bioenergy. Those are big questions for me and for my NGO. And so I hope to take away from this, more of these relationships and build on it, build on relationships and continue to learn from you guys. So thank you so much for allowing me to learn.
Thanks, Brian. That's brilliant. Well, thanks everybody for those pearls of wisdom and those souvenirs, as we call them, or learnings that you're going to take home. Really appreciate that, and thanks for being willing to be put on the spot to come up with them. But I think we're kind of drawing to a close now, and I think we got a whole lot of congratulations to do, because I think it's been quite fun, and I've certainly enjoyed myself and haven't thought I've been working, and it's been great to get to know a lot of you that I don't know, and good to see those of you that I do know. So why don't we all give each other a high five? You know, the high fives when you go like that, but how we're going to do it is different. We're all going to do it as one on the screen. So I'm going to ask everybody to switch on their videos for this last little sketto exercise. We're going to be doing high fives because we need to see everybody on the screen. So that's the most important thing. So I'll start. We've got everybody.
It is important now to.
Yeah, Tio, Valentina, Juan, Carlos.
Hello, so good to see your faces.
Everybody. Tio, Valentina. I don't know if you can hear me, but well, let's start. Well, how are we going to do the high five is we're first going to go like this and give each other a high five to congratulate ourselves. There you go. So give it all the high five. You ready? 1, 2, 3. There you go. There you go.
Yep.
Okay, guys, that's a high five. We congratulated all ourselves. Now we need to congratulate ourselves, because I think every one of you have participated and stuck with us over these 2 days, over these goodness knows how many thousands of kilometers that we've flown around the world. So give yourself a pat on the back for doing so well and staying with us and contributing. So thanks, guys. And the last thing I want to say is thanks to all the project developers. You guys put a lot of effort in to developing your presentations and your challenges, and we really appreciate that. And you know, for those that kind of behind the scenes developed the study tour, like Manuela, who's done a lot of work, Luis has done a lot of work, Rose has done a lot of work, a lot of the facilitators have been working long and hard to kind of bring you this. So Elena and I would just like to say thanks to all of you, and congratulations, I think, for a really enjoyable couple of days, which we couldn't have done without you. You know, the NGP team can't do it ourselves. We need you, the participants, to participate. And I think that's what you've done really, really well. So thanks very much. And before we hand over to Luis for the final word, Elena, would you like to add anything else?
Well, I see that we are still, for one day, we have some minutes left. So I think I will suggest you to go through a kind of ritual of preparation to get back home. So I'm going in, if we were in the face-to-face world, this is the moment where I would ask all of us to come together into a circle. I cannot do that, but I can ask you to put your hands like this in the screen so that you can hold the other one hand. And this is going to, like this. Try to touch the other hand. You see I'm touching David? Yes, very well. So this is going to be a little bit painful, but there is no real adventure without pain. I see that it's going to be painful because we are going to stay in this position for a while, okay? Manuela, please don't cross your arms. So now that we are touching hands with each other, with our partners, with all these travel partners, I'm gonna ask you to close your eyes.
Oh.
Yes.
What else are you gonna ask?
And let's start thinking about these 3 days that we have spent together. From the very first day that we arrived into the meeting point, we didn't know who else we were going to meet, but we are starting to get a little bit our travel partners, and we had these nice conversations in these cozy rooms that Manuela created. And then we took that balloon, I don't know if that is the right word, but we flew on the sky in that balloon. And we started to have that first glimpse of the landscapes. We visited Chile, Brazil, Vietnam, Ghana, and Uganda. 5 different and incredible landscapes with incredible project developers. And if the arms start to pain, if it is too uncomfortable, you can repose your arms, but I would suggest you to keep your eyes closed. And then in the second day, we started to step into the landscape, and we got our hands dirty because we tried to help all the project developers to overcome those challenges. And we also had some pearls of inspiration from our travel partners that they shared with us what they know. And we also heard some voices from the landscape. We heard at the beginning some little birds and animals from the Mata Atlantica, but then we could hear to some representatives of the communities, some people from the companies, a public attorney. And with all that, we went back to our day-to-day life, but we came back here again on day 3, on this last day of the journey, that we've had the chance to visit other landscapes. We've been visiting Chile and Brazil, and now it is the time for departure. So I want you to think about all the things that you have learned, the things that you liked from this journey, the things that you didn't like from the journey too, the people you met, the questions that you still have, the worries that you take home too. Take some minutes to think about all this beautiful and intense trip all over the world. And guys, I think you are ready to get back to your places. Bye-bye. I'm getting sad. It's been a pleasure to share this with you.
We love you, Elena. We love
I
you
love
very
you
much.
too.
We love you, David. David.
Thank you.
We love
Thank
you very
so much.
much.
Thank you
David,
for
Elena.
have been such a great travel partners. It is not easy to suggest this kind of dynamics in this virtual world. So thank you for have been so receptive. Thank
Can
you.
I just take, Elena, can I just take a group photo of everyone?
Yes, that was the last activity.
Sorry.
Thanks
Remember,
for reminding it.
Elena, we can't, an NGP study tour wouldn't be an NGP study tour without the photograph that Andrew is taking, but also with Luis having the last word.
Yeah. So please, let's smile to the camera. What could we say? Landscape.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's say landscape or landscape.
Okay. Hang on.
1, 2, 3. Landscape.
Landscape.
Thank you.
Landscape. Yeah.
Thank you so much, colleagues.
Okay, Luis,
Good job.
over to you for the very final last word before we kind of all fly home to our own country.
I think everything has already been said, from the most serious and technical moments until the most emotional ones. I think we did quite successfully transition NGP during this very difficult year to be able to keep the spirit alive. And today, I think that has been the proof. We have had really 5 very good and interesting projects. And thank you for those who came here to tell us directly from your daily challenges what you are going through. Thank you for those who have participated and also pose your higher level questions, your very pragmatic doubts. So all of those moments are what really the study tours are about. It's challenging ourselves, different views, coming from completely different backgrounds and realities. Just to say that we will continue to create moments like this in the second half of the year, because we don't think we will very soon come back to the opportunity to meet face-to-face until the end of the year. Therefore, we'll continue to create an agenda to generate moments where we can invite you to come and learn virtually while other alternative is not yet available. Probably the next round will be on regional study tours. Moving from this global tour, we'll think about doing similar initiatives in Southeast Asia, across Africa and South America. So probably that will be one of the next steps. And in parallel, we'll keep pushing for projects. We'll keep providing the support that our members, our participants, our friends, our community need and ask us. So just stay in contact, please. Share your contacts. Don't forget to reach out one to the other. Don't get into your bubble. Don't disappear. Keep out there looking for the information and stay in contact all one with the others. I'm already missing you all, so hope to see you in the next room call very soon. Bye. Fantastic.
Bye. Have a nice trip home.
Exactly.
Great job to the tour guides. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
David, Luis, Elena. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so
Friends.
much.
See you. See you.
Yeah, see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you
everybody.
so much.